NWO. NWO, New World Order in college football. The world has changed in 72 hours. Welcome to the new landscape of college football. And welcome to Mark Rogers TV, the voice of college football. We invite all of you in, and our hospitality, our approach, and our relationship with all of you, that doesn't change. It only gets better by the day. So welcome in as we discuss the game that we all love, even if we don't necessarily recognize it today versus what we've experienced growing up loving college football. Even if every tradition, everything is out the door, and it's not. There are certainly brands and traditions and time-honored rituals that will continue through the years, but they are being stripped from us and eroded by the day. This is very much going to be a roll up your sleeves, let's go to work session here at the Voice of College Football, and I need all of you to take part as we decide a number of things. Let's go down through the checklist. But before we can do that, please like the video, share the videos out on social media. That includes the live streams as well. Please share these links out on social media because there are folks out there, your friends, your family, people that you come in contact with on social media that have no idea that we're here discussing college football. Best discussion, debate, and analysis right here. That's our aim. That's our goal. That's our mission. At least do we deliver every day? Hopefully we're getting there right here at the Voice of College Football. So let people know that we are here. And it's great to have you here. So let's go down through the laundry list of what's happened over the last 72 hours. And more importantly, what's going to happen, what should happen, and how this is all going to look starting in 2020. Throw up your hands. We don't know. I certainly have to think, based on the bad blood between Oklahoma, Texas, and the Big 12, that those two entities want this to happen as soon as possible. Well, certainly two of the three that wear crimson and cream and that also wear the burnt orange want this to happen as soon as possible. Maybe not so much the Big 12. So let's unpack it from start to finish with your help, and we will try to go in order, but certainly I'm taking your calls, your questions, your comments there in the chat. And again, the phone lines are open at 8603. Yes, 860-499-3332. Almost went to the personal number, 860-499-3332. Good to see all of you on board. We've got about a quick 50 or 60 on the line. So let's get to your comments and questions real quick, and then I'm going to try to unwrap this thing from the beginning in terms of where we stand, not from the beginning, but from where we stand right now and how this may look a week from now, 2 weeks from now, a month from now, and look on the field for the 2020, what do we estimate, 2023 season. And certainly I can't be everywhere at one time, so I always welcome whatever you've investigated, researched, or whatever, whether they be factual information or rumors out there that you've come across, because I've heard some crazy ones, and I'm sure you have as well. So from the top, Michael was definitely in here early, going up against Late Kick. Late Kick, I believe I know what show that is. I believe. Can't compete with them. I do, to a certain extent, if you can consider any of us competitors, but they've got a full staff over there. I'm just a little guy just trying to make it. All right, Dylan, West Virginia to the ACC in 2022. We talked about that with Gold and Blue Dude last night on his show. He is very confident that West Virginia is headed to the ACC in 22. I've heard a few debates or argument points about why West Virginia would not be a good fit or why the ACC is not considering West Virginia and will not make that final decision. I don't necessarily know where I stand on that in terms of the football. A lot of things have to fall in play here because you've got the football considerations, you've got the other sports considerations, you've got academic considerations, and of course, financial considerations, both in regards to the school making that move, which West Virginia is losing its conference basically at this point. So that's not a consideration for West Virginia. But in regards to ACC, determining whether West Virginia is a viable option and a addition to the league, market size comes into play, and West Virginia doesn't bring that. But West Virginia to the ACC, we will talk about why that makes sense for both of those entities. Alabama football fan, roll tide. Hearing now Ohio State and Michigan also may be joining the SEC. That would make the best conference even better with Ohio State joining. Still, Alabama and the team to beat. They have set the standard. All right, we will also address Ohio State and Michigan and others that have been rumored to be pursued by the SEC, which really kind of eliminates the sport, doesn't it? That's pretty much the only competition out there for the SEC at this point. 2 schools. We've got Hummus Hero here. That would eliminate everyone else if they added Clemson. Also, that is exactly. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of trolling out there, Moonbot. There's going to be a lot of rumors out there that people actually maybe intentionally place in there just to stir people up, stir up a particular fan base, just to gain some attention to themselves. If somebody can throw out some kind of crazy notion or crazy rumor that has no grounds in any kind of reality, but they can gain some Twitter followers or some attention from that, all sorts of people are going to do that because it's done in the news cycle every day. In addition to that, there are some well-intended people that come up with some theories or think that they know something and they really don't. There are rumors out there that are legit regarding conversations, but then they never come to fruition. And we think that maybe some people are crackpots to a certain extent, but they're really not, because those conversations did happen. And when then we find out years later, sometimes, think about all the various sports conversations and the storylines that we've heard decades later of things that almost occurred that sound crazy, but that those conversations did happen, but they just didn't result in a deal. So some of those rumors are, again, going to take hold and become reality. Some of those rumors are legit, but they just won't happen. And some of those rumors are just people either honestly just throwing stuff out there or, of course, trying to make a name for themselves. So we will see that all over the place. Can't see Ohio State and Michigan leaving Michigan State, Penn State, and Wisconsin, though. Okay, we will have to address that as well. I've seen those same rumors involving Ohio State, Michigan, Clemson in particular. These leagues are not just going to be unrecognizable. They are going to be so large that I don't know that we can really even call that a conference at some point, because it's a conference of teams that have no affiliation with each other, no connection, and the schedules are going to be so unruly that there are going to be teams that never see each other. Hummus, if the Big Ten and the SEC merged into one mega conference, that would be insane. Then you have a situation in which who gets the naming rights? Who gets the branding? Because one of them has to take precedence. I think most people that are watching this would think that the SEC would take precedence, but I think it's generally it's been confirmed that the revenue says that the Big Ten is making at least as much money as the SEC. So I don't know, unless the Big Ten is going to crumble, the Big Ten would not bow to the SEC in regards to brand name, image, revenue, and naming. LW, Oregon and Washington to the CFL, Edmonton to the Mountain West. Thoughts? Moonbot. Worried my Huskers might not get into a mega conference. I would not worry about that. There's enough money in Nebraska, enough facilities, enough name brand and recognition for Nebraska to land safely. All right, Alabama football fan, roll tide. Correct. Not saying it was going to happen for sure, just saying I heard Ohio State, Michigan headed to the SEC. Bo's got college football is great to talk about, but conference realignment is king when it comes to speculation. The Rod Farva late kick is just okay. Yeah. I don't want to talk about anybody else's show. Lewis Papp, especially shows I'm not familiar with. Lewis Papp, Bama football. They're also adding Clemson and Florida State. McD, good to see you. Dylan, I predict this will be the last year of the Big 12. West Virginia to the ACC. Our man Joey. And we will hear from Joey a little bit later. In another way, we will hear from Joey. I may not be prepared to do that, though. I didn't get myself quite set. You may see off in the corner of the shot here. I wanted to get the Navy Thomas, you would be proud of me or possibly disappointed because I didn't get the whiteboard set up. I don't know if that's going to be too clumsy of a situation to try to do while we're live because I wanted to get some of these thoughts from everybody on the board. Yes, Brian, bringing up some rumors that I've seen on there online. You know, some people speculate they will take, let's say, a struggling football program, a struggling football product on the field like a Tennessee and disregard them and say, Tennessee's in trouble. Tennessee is not in trouble. The SEC wants Tennessee. The SEC is not going to lose Tennessee. The SEC does not want to lose Tennessee. Tennessee does not want to lose the SEC just because a particular product is struggling on the field. Tennessee is wildly successful in every other way. They are just being mismanaged and miscoached over the past 10 years, 13 or 14 years. But Tennessee, great fit for the SEC. One of the, I believe I'm accurate in stating this, one of the foundational members of the SEC. Tennessee will be in the SEC. Tennessee is not leaving, nor will the SEC want to lose Tennessee in any such way. All right. Appreciate the super chat coming in from Hurricane Jason. Mark, will the Big 12 let Houston and SMU join to replace Oklahoma and Texas? All right. Well, let's get to that. Let's start right there. I appreciate the contribution. Good to see George here. Good to see Cheryl as well. David Knight, thank you so much for being here. And let's see here from NJ2, whatever that is. Is ESPN behind the move to force Notre Dame to give up independence and become ESPN property? David Anthony, I am more worried about the Big Ten making the mistake of taking Kansas and wearing the perception of the Big Ten even more. This AAU requirement is going to doom Big Ten football long term, and it may. I don't know about dooming the Big Ten to obscurity, but dooming it in regards to competitive play against the SEC. That could be it right there. Golden Blue Dude, this is my go-to guy for college football information. Who would have thought? I am the go-to guy. Golden Blue Dude, thank you so much for having me on last night. It was a fun time. Love the conversation. Great questions. Great conversation that we had about all of this and more. Would love to have you on to talk some West Virginia football. Okay, so much to unpack here. Let's get started. All right. Oklahoma and Texas to the SEC. When? So when we saw expansion in college football 10 to 12 years ago involving Nebraska, Maryland, Rutgers, Colorado, Utah, Texas A&M, Missouri, that typically took two to 3 years to complete. Okay. With all the legal ramifications, the sports had to be moved, schedules had to be changed. Again, the legalities of it and the money, that is what typically holds deals up, not necessarily holding the deal up, but allowing it to be executed and implemented. Okay. We live in an age, even just 10 years later, that should allow for that to happen much quicker. Okay. That said, still, contracts have to be untangled, negotiations have to be made, hopefully not lawsuits filed, because when these teams in the past have left a league and had to cough up money, there was typically some type of negotiation about, even though it was stated by the league in agreement with the school on how much money had to be paid out if they left the league, that was typically negotiated down. Okay. We also know that it wasn't as though Oklahoma and Texas contacted the SEC last week and they're just starting to kick it around and say, hey, we really want to do this. Let's get it done. No, Oklahoma and Texas have been talking to the SEC for 6 months. So they must have everything basically in place. So they did a fine job from both entities to be able to keep this hush-hush for a long, long time. And that is nearly impossible, difficult to do in this day and age. But those 3 entities were able to do it over the last 6 months. Therefore, you got to think that a lot of this is put into place. A lot of any potential differences or negotiating barriers have already been worked through. And that's why we see some reports pop up from time to time that say this could be done in a few weeks. Now, could they carve up a football schedule in a few weeks and get us set for 2021? I think that's nearly impossible. And so much would have to take place. And obviously, the Big 12 would almost instantly cave in. Okay, so let's start with the Oklahoma and Texas to the SEC. And we posted some videos and had many live streams over the past few days dealing with how Oklahoma would compete in the SEC. I posted a video earlier today with my thoughts about Oklahoma's transition to the SEC and how viable that would be, how competitive that they would be in the league. I will do the same with Texas. That's going to be posted in the morning. We can certainly discuss that, but we want to move on to other issues. So Oklahoma, Texas in the SEC, how does that look from a competitive standpoint? Again, I will answer your comments and questions as I will take a call here in just a second. But I posted those videos. Please check them out. The other is the construction of the SEC. What is the SEC going to look like? Simply 2 8-team divisions? Are they just going to tack on Oklahoma and Texas to a division? Or are they going to kind of revamp the whole thing? I think that they will need to revise the entire SEC structure, whether they go to 2 8-team divisions, which I would recommend, or the pod system that we saw unveiled by the SEC network a few days ago that I would not recommend. It is confusing to the average college football fan, let alone the sports fan who gets involved at some point in the season to see the championship games and the playoffs. They would not understand the pod system, not because of a lack of intelligence, but sometimes when you're in an industry, and I will speak from personal experience, when you are engrossed in an industry, and for me, it's been the television industry for 30 years, and sports by connection, the sports television industry, you just assume everybody follows all this as much as you do. And a lot of people in high positions make that assumption that people are just tied to the internet and following college football every day. No, there are rabid fans and they'll be fine and they'll understand the pod system because you guys are the crazies. You're the hardcore fans that are here talking to me in the middle of May about college football. You're not the ones that we need to market to. It's, of course, those people that are the fringe sports fans or big sports fans, but they're following a lot of other sports. Do not make it confusing for them. The pod system is stupid, doesn't work for a number of reasons. Okay, let's get to the Big 12. After I take this call, let's get these calls rolling. We've got 3 in here, and let's get moving on this. We've got Christopher here And I'm not going to be arguing about BYU tonight. We have other things to discuss. But Chris, what do you have tonight?
No, that wasn't my idea.
Okay.
I guess my question, no, that's fine. If you want to, we could, but that's not why the question I have, and it's just in terms of, I kind of wonder, are any of these, I'm confused because I don't know, obviously, what any individual team might gain from, I'm sure with any move, I'm sure there's a plus, and because that's just how it is in life, I guess. For anybody in the SEC, if they wanted to move, to the ACC or whatever, I'm sure there's maybe even an advantage to do that. I don't know what it would be, but I guess I'm a little confused about, what advantage might come. Even let's just say everything goes through, okay, Oklahoma, Texas, or whoever else. Long term, is that necessarily? It might set up a better. My guess would be it's going to set up a better, financial future, I suppose. But do they expect that they'll do better, like in other areas besides just performance? Is that the only thing that's motivating it?
So, Chris, you're talking about what are the incentives for Oklahoma and Texas and the SEC?
Any team, really, but yeah.
Oh, for any team.
Well, no. For example, let's just pretend. Let's take an independent, maybe like an Army. Let's just say the Army was going to move I know they're not going to, but other than just the deal that they get from being in the ACC, what other motivations might there be rather than just remaining independent?
The first and foremost incentive is always money. So right now, as of the last few years, and it's been this way for a long, long time, the SEC and the Big Ten generate by far the most revenue. So they're paying their schools, their member institutions, more than twice as much money as the ACC, the Big 12, and the Pac-12. And then once Oklahoma and Texas add all this value, which is enormous to the SEC is just going to be a cash cow beyond belief. So unfortunately, money rules the sport, and money is going to generally dictate an institution's decision about what conference to join.
Okay. Well, thank you. The other question I guess I have, and that actually makes sense, but I guess the question I have, for example, and I don't know what example to use really. Maybe not Boston College. Let's just pretend like Brigham Young. I know they're probably not going to do it, but let's just pretend they get invited to the Pac-12, just as a possible, since they're independent. And I don't know if they're happy being independent. I think they're kind of like Texas in a way. I think they try to market themselves, not as an independent, but I think one of the reasons they haven't joined a conference is because I think they kind of like being kind of their own, not necessarily having to have somebody maybe dictate what they do and who they play. And it's interesting. I don't know if you look at, and I'm not really here to talk about BYU. I know that's kind of what you think I'm doing, but maybe in a roundabout way, maybe I am. But I never went there. So, I went to Colorado State. But anyway,
Chris, please don't try to predict what I'm thinking. I have no issue with you bringing up BYU because they're a possible factor in this. So please go ahead.
I guess my question might be,
Yep.
My question might be, since let's just pretend, like this is make-believe for me, but let's just pretend that they've already been in, no, they haven't. Let's pretend they've been invited to the Pac-12. It's kind of the same question, I guess, that I just asked you, but other than just the value that, they would get from being in the Pac-12, the financial benefit, which whatever that might be, which I wouldn't know, but, what are the reasons might there be for like any team really? Okay, so they're part of the Pac-12 network. I understand that if they do it, and I'm sure that includes certain things that, make it maybe more marketable. People might recognize them more, maybe be more inclined to go to BYU because, hey, they're part of the Pac-12, and then of course, perception of the Pac-12 might vary from part of the country to the other. But, pretending I was a recruit, which I couldn't be at my age, but pretending I was, I guess my thinking might be, well, if they're part of this conference, then, that's kind of one of those things where it's like, I'm going to be on television. And I guess my question might be, again, it kind of goes back to what I already asked you. Since these teams already have these television agreements, I guess I personally have a hard time seeing what benefit there is from jumping to one where you're already kind of, you have your own deal, the Longhorn Network or whatever, and you're already kind of being marketed. What benefit there is to dropping that, which I would think they'd have to drop that and have to really start over with whatever it is, ESPN, I guess it is, that does it. You have to do it on their terms regardless. I don't see how that's necessarily an advantage, but So it just boils down to what the difference in what profit margin. Is that it?
Well, if we're keeping Texas as the example, since you brought up the Longhorn Network, so Texas launched the Longhorn Network in conjunction with ESPN. So it's owned by ESPN in conjunction with the University of Texas. So with Texas moving to the SEC, every SEC deal, as they end their relationship with CBS here in the next couple years, pretty much lines up with all the ESPN networks, and the SEC network is owned by ESPN. So it's all going to stay within house. And I would think, since it's all Texas and it's all ESPN and the SEC, that they would work together to figure out what Texas is going to do about the Longhorn Network, whether they just keep that, and maybe that becomes a model for other SEC teams. But it's all, they don't have to negotiate with anyone. It's all going to be under one umbrella, which is ESPN.
And that would be obviously a good deal for, I think BYU, for example. I'm pretty sure they're with ESPN as a partner. I'm almost positive. And I guess the other question I might have, if you don't mind me asking it, is, honestly, I'm a little confused because, it seems like the SEC is already doing pretty well. At least from an outsider's perception. I don't know. I've never actually been to an SEC football game, but at some point I would think that, regardless of who they actually invite, which who knows who it might end up being, I kind of have a question about how that necessarily, I understand how, like, well, you get a Ohio State maybe, or a Florida State maybe, or a, Clemson maybe. I understand how that's like all beneficial, but, isn't that going to kind of, you put too many egos into one room. I mean, they're all going to kind of end up hating each other, aren't they, after a while? I mean, I don't quite understand exactly what they're trying to do. I mean, put them all together. I mean, I understand how it makes for a better product, but at the same time, I think it's going to create some tension there. Am I wrong about that?
Yeah, Chris, there's a lot of validity to what you just stated. And people don't tend to think about these things, because everything we're dealing with has to do with money and structures and logistics and geography and brand and image and all that other stuff. But this is real people, and people have to have relationships. People have to work together. And by extension, most of these teams, all these teams that we're talking about, they are used to being the king of their conference, or one of two or three that rule their conference, and getting their way. We saw what the Big Ten did for Ohio State down the stretch last year. We've seen what the Big 12 has done in reference to helping and propping up Texas football. Now Texas and Oklahoma, sure, they're going to be extremely important to the SEC, but they're going to be 2 of 7, 8, 9 schools that are at the top of that league, that draw the most attention and play the best football on the field, and they become less special. And yes, you get too many egos in a room that have an entitled approach. I think that's very valid. Can it be measured? Can we predict what's going to happen and what the ramifications are? I don't think we can, but I think it's worth noting what you just stated. Absolutely.
Can I ask you one more question before I go?
Sure.
I don't know if you're aware of this. It's just a side note, really. I think the Football Power Index, I don't know if that's marketed by ESPN. You probably know if it is or not.
It is.
See, I can take that, and I know how to use that as a way, kind of as a way to predict, I guess. It's supposed to, well, that's what it's supposed to be used for, actually. It's supposed to predict a game before it actually ever. Well, one interesting, I don't know if you'll find, maybe you won't, but I was able to predict, well, long after you did. You predicted it, I think, at the beginning of the season. I predicted it at the end of the season. So there's a difference between you and me. I got it right at the end. You got it right at the beginning. But I was able to predict a title game between Alabama and Ohio State before they both advanced. And I thought, that was through the Football Power Index. And I just wondered, does anybody besides ESPN, do they have any interest in using the FPI as a kind of a way to pick teams, I guess, in the championship?
Yeah. So as you mentioned,
interested in...
I'm not an expert on the FPI. I look at it, I've referenced it, and I've kind of read through to understand what these numbers are telling us. And as you just mentioned, I'm understanding as well that, yeah, it's a mode of being able to say, you can take this team with this score, and I forget what the numbers are. So the numbers that I'm about to toss up may not be anything close to what they are. But if Ohio State's a 55 and Michigan's a 42, that tells us that Ohio State should beat Michigan by 13 on a neutral field. And then there's some adjustment made by where the game's going to be played. That's how I understand it. Correct?
Well, I don't really understand it myself, but one interest, I don't know. Again, these are things I find interesting. You may or may not, which is, if you don't, that's okay too. But as a side note, FPI actually predicted the 4 teams that went to the championship, and that's kind of why I was curious, including Notre Dame over Cincinnati. So I was just curious if anybody has any idea about using the FPI as like the basis for selection, because that's really kind of what it should be used for anyway. And I was kind of thinking if they do, then that would maybe make the committee a little bit unnecessary.
Well, anything to make
before admittance. Yeah.
Any type of metric that we could put together that would be valid, that would be reasonable and would make sense, that could eliminate the committee, I am all for. And that's not a slam on the committee, because I think those people are capable and they do their very best. I just think we cannot put people in charge of selecting playoff teams. Well, my only question about the FPI would be, I would want to see over the course of a number of years, and the data's out there, so somebody needs to put it together, or maybe it's out there, that I would want to hear where that is a legitimate predictor. It doesn't have to be infallible, because there are upsets, of course, but is a valid predictor of what's going to happen. And if that could be proven to me,
can I tell you what it?
Sure.
All right, in 2000, and I won't go through all of the years because it's kind of like repeating myself, but it predicted all, not necessarily in the right order, don't get me wrong, but it predicted all the CFB or finalists, the 4 teams, correctly. And then it also included, the only one it didn't get right was 2014. The 2 teams that it wouldn't have put in, according to the way I used it. There's a way I use it that might not agree with somebody else's. I kind of use it in my own. The 2 teams that wouldn't have included in 2014, and you may not like this, but the 2014, the 2 teams that wouldn't have included would have been Florida State and Baylor, but it would have included, the top 2 would have been Oregon, Alabama, and then Texas Christian and Ohio State would have been the 4 teams admitted. Now, it's kind of like I'm trying to push my idea through you, but it's just kind of curious. It would have actually not included the 4, if you limit it to 4. So it actually would have included the 4 teams that won. And I don't know who would have advanced, honestly, but in Baylor and Florida State actually wouldn't have been, say, by the FPI method, wouldn't have been in the Final Four.
So,
in 2014.
Chris, when you call it a predictor, are you saying that it took the metrics and results of the entire season and said these are the 4 teams that should be selected because they are the 4 best teams in the country? Or are you talking about it predicted this all the way at the beginning of the season?
No.
Okay. You're just saying that it compiled the numbers from the game results and said, these are the 4 best teams in the country.
Well, maybe I ought to clarify. What I did was I took the FPI. I stole the FPI. I mean, I borrowed its results, and I know how to kind of convert that to a way to kind of predict my own prediction. And like I said, if we limited it to 2 teams, it would have been Oregon and Alabama. But if we limited it to 4, it would have included Texas Christian and actually Ohio State before Texas Christian. And if we limited it to 6, obviously that would have included Florida State and Baylor. So it actually does, I think, a decent job in terms of predicting who might advance.
See, I got to say, Chris, I'm not impressed with that, because basically I could come up with a formula that would take me about 15 minutes to tell you, based on the results of a 12-game season, these are the 4 best teams in the country. I thought you were telling me that it predicted before the season started who would make the playoffs. I need to take these other calls, but I appreciate your call.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Have a good day.
Yeah, the FPI, based on this is when I have paid the most attention to the FBI, has been at times when before the season. So, for example, go right now to any team, go to your favorite team, and look at the percentage chance probability given by the FPI of defeating the teams on the schedule. So, for example, you go to the Alabama schedule, it's going to say Alabama versus Miami, game number 1. It's going to have a winning percentage probability for Alabama. And of course, take 100% minus that figure, and you've got the number for Miami. I don't know how accurate it is. Based on my experience, I don't think it's very accurate. Some very ridiculous numbers came out of those prediction probabilities. So, for example, Louisville was like a 77% chance winner over Miami last year. And anybody that understood football or watched those two teams play going into that game understood that Miami had a much better chance and actually beat Louisville by 2 touchdowns. But I don't want to point out one game, because obviously you got to look at the entire thing. So I'm not going to make any kind of evaluation on the FPI. But based on what I've seen, I'm not that impressed. All right, let's zero in on our conference realignment discussion. Welcome to the voice of college football, Landon. Who's on the line? I believe it is Landon.
Hey, Mark. Yeah, it is. Yeah, thanks for.
Wow, we got our voice recognition call. Very nice. Thanks, Landon.
Yeah. No, thank you, buddy. Yeah, thanks for taking the call. Great show. Love what you do and everything. And yeah, I want to run an idea by you, man. Just tell me what you think. And I'm going to work with the assumption that the only available teams for other conferences to expand are the leftover Big 12 and independents. So this is kind of the framework I'm working from.
Yep.
And this would be in regards to the Big 10. What teams? Would you agree, Mark, that the only teams available, given the criteria, Big 12 and independents, that could actually make the Big 10, quote, better in terms of a conference and everything is Notre Dame, right? Anybody else is not really going to add anything substantial to the Big 10 as a conference.
So we're talking about football play on the field. We're talking about money. We're talking about market share, all those things, marketing, branding. Notre Dame is the obvious choice. They improve any football operation, any conference. Iowa State, the way they're performing on the field right now, but in regards to any type of long-term impact or market share, market size, doesn't necessarily do it. Yes. Notre Dame. Yes.
Okay. So let's just say, for example, that they're in bed a little too tight with the ACC, and they wouldn't be, seduced, persuaded, whatever term you want to use, to join the Big 10. You had made a comment on one of your YouTube posts that even as a Buckeye fan, you would want to see some more competition in the Big 10, or you would like to see the other teams perform better. Did I understand that correctly?
Absolutely.
Okay. Tell me what you think of this as an idea. I think it was Emmanuel Acho on Cowherd's show that talked about, with Texas and Oklahoma joining the SEC, that it would broaden their footprint in terms of recruiting. That would now give Texas access to states like Florida and Georgia to increase their ability to recruit just beyond the state of Texas. In terms of recruiting, and a way to sort of thin out so much talent that's wadded up at Ohio State quite exclusively, and to have a program like, say, Nebraska find its way back to where it once was, which is one of the greatest programs in history, at least up until 98. Still, the longest continued sellout at a stadium is the Sea of Red, obviously until last year. Do you think that it would be beneficial for the other schools in terms to help recruiting, particularly to create pipelines in Texas? And I'm thinking of Michigan, Nebraska, Penn State, if the Big 10 were to add Baylor and TCU. I know they fit academically, but I know that since there's nobody left that can make the conference better in terms of performance, why not make other teams better in terms of helping them in recruiting? What are your thoughts?
So if we're just talking about football, I can certainly address that immediately. If we're talking about the real world and everything else that plays into it, which means money, but also means academics, and we've seen the Big Ten make moves and not make moves in the past based on their academic standing and their requirements. I can't think of the terminology involving the association that the Big Ten requires. But it's my understanding that TCU and Baylor would not qualify. But somebody correct me if I'm wrong on that. I've had all sorts of information thrown at me the last few days about academic requirements, and I've asked for it as well. But if we're just talking about past that, let's say we get past the academics, and we're just talking about That's a great question, because I've got to very much go against my hesitancy. I think this whole thing is bad for college football, but I got to get past it. It's happening. It's going to take place, and the Big Ten's got to counter the SEC.
That's right.
And to take one of those, see, my initial thought would be you just need TCU. TCU's in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Grab TCU, but I think that they need a rival. They need somebody. They need another foothold to gain even more credibility in the state, and just they can't be a West Virginia in the Big 12. That's this outlier geographically that just sits out in some state by itself. That's thousands of miles away from its closest competitor.
Right.
I think it would be exactly wise for the Big Ten to go out and get both of them. If they're going to get one of them, grab both of them.
And I think that's been the problem with Nebraska. They haven't fit. They've struggled back during the Tom Osborne years. They were able to create pipelines to Texas to supplement a lot of their talented players, and they've lost that. And however Ohio State's been able to do it, they've recruited Texas incredibly well. Nobody else in the Big Ten's been able to do that. And I think they need some sort of help to create pipelines so that they can recruit some of these young men to let them know, hey, we're going to be in your state twice a year. Whatever goes into that to sort of help thin out all that talent in Texas that ends up at Ohio State that nobody else is able to get for whatever reason. Now, you could say, well, that's on their programs. They should, tighten up, do a better job. And that's fine. That's a fair point. But I think if we was to sort of boost them a little bit, I feel like knowing that neither program is going to help the Big Ten. I'm acknowledging, but nobody will. Outside of Notre Dame, there's nobody that can help the Big Ten in terms of branding, money, all those things that we talk about. Kansas, Iowa State, nobody's going to do that. So why not help the other schools in terms of recruiting to maybe make it more competitive? And yeah, I would just want your take on that. One other quick note, man, and you just let me know your thoughts on this. As the playoff expands to 12, and schools like, say, Rutgers, West Virginia, that have struggled jumping up to the Power 5, would it be maybe more beneficial for them to actually drop to a group of 5, have a winning schedule for a chance to get that at-large playoff berth? Do you think that would work better for them instead of struggling in a Power 5?
Well, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I got to think that if Rutgers, for example, would leave the Big Ten, go to the American Conference, under Greg Schiano or a capable coach, they didn't have that before. They were so bad in the Big Ten. They lost 21 consecutive games. They were getting mauled week to week by 5 touchdowns that even in that state, they would not have competed in the American Conference. They would have won a couple more games, but instead of going 2-10, they would have gone 4-8 or 5-7. So that when they were so ridiculously awful, they might as well make money and stay in the Big Ten. Okay. Let's give them some capable coaching, as they have now received with Greg Schiano coming back. They have a decent recruiting footprint. New Jersey plays good high school football. Maryland, Virginia, other states around them, Pennsylvania. So Rutgers, a decent, typical Rutgers football program, meaning what Greg Schiano did in the 2000s. Move them into the American Conference. Yes, they're a contender. They're another Cincinnati, UCF, or maybe a notch below.
Right.
I don't know financially, though, if competing and winning 9, 10, 11 games at the American Conference level with the TV contracts that they have is anything close to going 4-8 in the Big Ten and reaping all that revenue from. Got to remember, when Ohio State goes to the national championship games and all those teams go to major bowl games from the Big Ten, they're splitting the money with everyone. And the TV revenue is just ridiculously large for the Big Ten versus the American Conference. It depends what your goals are. If your goals are to compete on the field, then go to the American Conference. If your goals are to make money for the rest of the institution, then you most likely stay in the Big Ten, because you can't leave for the American Conference just with a slightly better chance of being that best group of 5. That's still a remote possibility. It's still not something you can bank on if you're Rutgers or anyone being a repeated playoff team, even at the group of 5 level. So I don't think they can bank on that, nor would that be a good move. I don't think.
Yeah, and I don't think we know the math numbers as far as what playoff revenue would generate over and again. And you're right, it would be a big risk. I'm just under the impression, trying to read the tea leaves, that when we move to a 12-team playoff, the new saying is going to be, we're a playoff team instead of a bowl team. And I think that can boost a program in many different ways of just making the playoff. Like, that's the new thing. And for schools that it's going to be, I don't care who Rutgers gets, outside of pulling Urban Meyer or something, like, they're never going to win the Big Ten. They're never going to make a playoff in the Big Ten ever, but they could in the American. And I guess, yeah, you're right. As far, I don't know what the money would be, but I wonder if hanging that banner on your stadium, we were a playoff team in year X, Y, and Z, if that would boost recruiting, if that would help a bunch of other things, being a playoff team over and against just being a Big Ten school that gets beat up by everybody.
I am with you. Anything else?
No, thank you, buddy.
Cool.
Thank you. Great show.
Appreciate that. All right. Sometimes difficult to get the trackpad to cooperate here. Let's keep going. All right. Before I take the next call, I would like to address this comment on the screen. So with all due respect here, Renee, TCU's not been an average team since they joined the Big 12. I'm not going to go through it right now, but all you have to do is look up TCU. Since entering the Big 12, has not been an average team in the Big 12. If you would add up all the records in the Big 12 since TCU joined, both overall and out of conference, also put it into context of how many times TCU has been a major factor on the national stage, I guarantee that TCU either has the second or the third best record in the Big 12 since they joined the league. They struggled for 1 year. Since then, they went on that roll 2013, 14, 15, 16, 17, in that range. They went to that Big 12 championship game in 17. Sure, they came down in 18 and 19. Weren't very good, 7-6, and had a 5-7 where they missed a bowl game there. But then they bounced back last year. Weren't extremely good, but 6-4 last year. But TCU has either the second or the third best record in the Big 12 since they joined. They've been better than Texas. Not saying much these days. All right, let's hit our next call. Welcome to the Voice of College Football. Who's on the line? Hello. Hello. Okay, we'll have to move on. All right, welcome to the Voice of College Football. Who's on the line? Hello, sir. Or ma'am. That, unfortunately, is the second consecutive call that I've taken. I don't know what the issue is with the call. Hello, are you there? Let me double check and make sure we're still in good shape. Is our line dropped for some reason? We put extra money in the account before we started just to make sure we're in good shape. But for some reason, the phone line has dropped, it appears. So I apologize for that. Let's make sure that we're still in good shape here. Thank you for calling College Studios hosting.
Enter your 6-digit PIN number. Welcome, host. You are now in the host room and can manage your callers from the call-in studio web interface.
We're here. There we go. Welcome to the Voice of College Football. Let's see if we can take this next call. For the 2 calls that we missed, I apologize. For some reason, the phone line dropped. All right, welcome to the show. Who's on the line?
Buddy.
There he is. Navy Thomas.
Thomas at you, buddy. Man, I've been watching all kinds of videos today.
I got the whiteboard
on YouTube.
Close. It's falling apart, but I got the whiteboard here for you.
But I'm gonna pound you just like just like I've done for years. Look at what Texas has done. It killed the Southwest Conference. Now it's killed the Big 12. Now it's going to the SEC. You think they're going to run anything when they get to the SEC? I don't think so. So all these Group 12s, or they want to change it from Big 12 to Group 12 with who's ever still left there. They're going to bring in UCF. You already named it, a bunch of them. But they could aim all them into the Group 12. But, dude, I'm just telling you, this SC thing, it's going to flop big time.
What's going to flop?
And I don't know why Oklahoma's stuck into that, but...
Okay, wait a minute. Back up, Navy Thomas. What's going to flop? Texas in the SEC?
Yeah.
Okay.
Texas is not going to run.
I just want to make sure I've got that straight.
Yes. The SEC is not going to allow them to run the TV and all that.
I couldn't agree more. Yes, Texas will not get their way in the SEC like they did the Big 12.
Just like they did SWC or the SWC, and then in the Big 12, you had Colorado, Nebraska, Missouri, all bailed out. And now look at the mess. Now they're bailing out, and Oklahoma's going along with them because they're tied into that oil money. Oh, man. Oh, and I wanted to tell you, Gold and Blue guy was on here today. I watched him. He was really good to watch, too. So I wanted to give him a 10 plus on that. So, all right, my friend, let it back at you.
Thank you so much, Navy Thomas. Appreciate you calling.
All right, buddy. Bye.
I believe that Navy Thomas is the longest standing active subscriber who still participates in all the shows, most of the shows, and responds on a regular basis. Navy Thomas has been with us for a long, long time. Navy Thomas produced a video years and years and years and years and years ago. This is before we ever had any type of social media contact or spoke over the phone or anything. And I thought this was the most hilarious thing, where he was riding on his motorcycle and he was telling people that they should watch Mark Rogers TV. Here we go. Let's keep it going here with the voice of college football. I believe we've got Hunter on the line.
Hey, Mark, how you doing tonight?
I'm good. What's going on, man?
Good. Hey, what has sparked all this? All this. I mean, I understand what's going on, but I'm not understanding what is really all of a sudden sparked all this change.
Texas and Oklahoma do not enjoy being in the Big 12. They see themselves as being bigger than the Big 12, and they want to make more money. They want to be more relevant. Not that they're not relevant, but I think you can understand, Hunter, that for the average college football fan, or for those people that are just sports fans that just check in on Saturday for a couple games or to watch for an hour, there's only a couple times a year that anybody really looks at the Big 12. I'm watching the Big 12 every week because I'm a maniac and I watch everybody, but you know what I mean. Their games are not high-profile games unless they're playing each other, or somebody pops up every so often as another team in the Big 12, but basically they're ignored. People are watching the SEC, and they're watching about 4 or 5 teams in the Big 10, and then maybe USC will pop up and get somebody excited for a Notre Dame game or something, but basically that's the structure in college football, and they want to be relevant, and they want to make a lot of money. They can make more money in the SEC.
Mm-hmm.
So they contacted the SEC. That's my understanding since this first broke, that Oklahoma and Texas contacted the SEC.
Yeah. I understand the reasoning behind it. I guess I'm just not understanding what all of a sudden just sparked this change. I mean, is this something that's been talked about or been lurking beyond the surface for a while now, and it's just now coming to fruition, or is it just all of a sudden?
Reports are telling us that Texas and Oklahoma have been talking to the SEC for 6 months. And I am guessing that those conversations go back years, because every so often it would pop up, especially with Texas. Ever since we saw all that expansion close to 10 years ago with Texas A&M, Missouri, and the other conferences, every couple of years you'll see a rumor out there that Texas has contacted the SEC, or Texas might go to the SEC. Rarely heard about Oklahoma, but it's typically Texas. So I'm guessing, based on what's happened over the last 2 or 3 days, that even those were more than rumors. Those were actual inquiries and conversations between the power brokers at the top of the Texas chain and the SEC, talking even in past years. And then basically, as the Big 12 has continued to deteriorate in popularity and the SEC has continued to ascend, and with the way Oklahoma is not, they certainly have not been happy with their TV situation with Fox and the contract that the Big 12 put together with Fox. I just think all of this has been steamrolling toward this decision by these two schools. And who knows, they probably they would have had to have. It's not coincidence that they both contacted the SEC at the same time. They basically said, hey, let's go together. We'll talk to the SEC and see what happens. And if they've been talking for 6 months, then they have a deal worked out.
Yeah, I mean, this is not something, and that's what I kind of thought. I thought this was probably going on behind the surface for some time now, and now this is all just breaking news. You know, I don't know what I think about it yet. I'm torn between. Do you think that it would be an overall good thing or a bad thing?
Good for the SEC, good for Oklahoma, good for Texas, bad for college football. The SEC is the best conference right now without these two. And the SEC, I don't want to say is dominant over college football. And I'm just talking about on the field. I'll address money in a second. But on the field, I want to say that the SEC is decidedly better than the other conferences. Like, we don't have to have a debate. Anybody who would call me and say, well, the SEC is not the best conference, it's not even an argument. I would love to have an argument. I wish it was close enough to have an argument, but it's not. So the SEC is decidedly better than the Big Ten, which I think generally most people consider to be the second best conference. Well, if you take the current SEC and add Oklahoma and Texas, and we both know that Texas has not played well for the last 10 years, but all the potential is there to do it. And Oklahoma's been a top 5 program for the last few years and a top 10 program for 20 years. And you add them to the SEC, well, the Big 10 the Big 12 crumbles. And there are no other Texas or Oklahoma caliber programs for the Big 10 or the ACC or the Pac-12 to go out and get. So unless these other conferences decide to merge in some way, there's nobody that is going to be able to compete with this new SEC. And I even think, for as good as, let's say, Ohio State is, they currently go into Florida and Texas and take some of the best players out of those two states. I think their ability to do that is going to become limited, which nobody's crying for Ohio State. But my point is that even the Big Ten, it's one thing to say these 16 are so much better than the Big Ten today, but I think that gap will even widen because Oklahoma and Texas can now recruit that entire area more effectively, and Ohio State and Michigan and Penn State go to those places as well, are going to be less effective in their recruiting. And I think the gap is going to widen considerably unless one of these other conferences or the three of them can do something else. I just don't think it's healthy for the sport if one conference is so ridiculously dominant.
Yeah, and I get that argument. I get where you're coming from on that. I would tend to agree on that. On that analysis. I want the SEC to be good. I want the SEC to be, the best conference that there is. But I just don't know. I think I tend to agree with you. I think it'd be bad overall. As big of an SEC guy as I am, and I heard this. Somebody say this, and I'm gonna get your response. Somebody said that if Texas was to come to the SEC, that it would help them recruit in the states like Florida and some of the other southern states or some of the other states.
Absolutely.
I don't necessarily. Well, I don't know because Texas is so rich in talent, but I don't understand why that would be such a big recruiting advantage for them to be in the SEC. I mean, what does the conference have to do with recruiting, other than Nick Saban going into kids' houses and saying, "Hey, you want to play for me in the best conference?" Other than just the best conference, I mean, there's so many other factors that go into recruiting kids than just the conference itself.
Let's line it up for you, Hunter. Here we go. So number one, once Texas joins the SEC, parents and family members and friends want to know that they can go see that individual play. We hear this all the time, that yes, my son is going away, but we can see them play twice a year, or we can.
I got you.
No, I'm not talking about on TV. I'm talking about in person, that they can go see the games. That if Texas is making trips to Auburn and Georgia and Florida and South Carolina, if your family lives in northern Florida and your son's going to go play at Texas now because he really likes the campus, loves the coach, everything else is great, but Texas plays in the Big 12, and they're always going to be going to Iowa State and West Virginia and Kansas, but now they're going to be going to Auburn and Athens, Georgia, and Columbia, South Carolina, and Gainesville, Florida, Tuscaloosa. They're quick flights, or they're 3 and 4 hour drives. Okay. So that's point number one. Point number two would be, there's a reason that the Texas A&M athletic director came out almost immediately and said, we want to be the only school from Texas in the SEC. Because going into a living room and talking to that recruit, or having that relationship and that conversation with a recruit, those recruits, they know they can go anywhere. You can go to the Pac-12 and make it to the NFL. But they want to play with the best. They want to be seen as the best. And they also want to be developed to not necessarily just be a 5th or 6th round draft pick, but maximize their potential. It's one of the reasons why a zillion defensive ends have signed at Ohio State that are the number one players in the country. They've had the number one defensive end in the country sign with them now 2 consecutive years, because Chase Young, Nick Bosa, Joey Bosa, they didn't just make it to the NFL. They signed bazillion-dollar contracts and were high first round picks. So there's a difference between signing with an SEC team and signing with a Big 12 team. So the players interpret that as, I can play in big games, and sure, you can go to Oklahoma, of course, and play in big games, but you're kind of off the radar for much of your season. Versus in the SEC, you're rarely off the radar. You're seen as the best, you're seen as playing with the best, and you have a better ability to then make it in the NFL as a higher draft pick.
Okay, that makes more sense now. I do have sort of one small bone to pick with you. I listened to Steve Dace's Michigan podcast, and I seen where y'all were breaking down the conference by conference, preseason thing. And if I'm not mistaken, you had Alabama losing to A&M.
Those were not my predictions. Those were Steve's predictions.
Okay. I thought you said that you agree with him on that one. Oh, I could be wrong.
I said it could happen. Sure. I might have said that that's the most likely scenario in which Alabama is going to lose a game. I've got my predictions right in front of me. So they are being unveiled as we speak. This Oklahoma-Texas thing is just kind of overwhelmed everything. So I was in the process of producing my predictions and releasing those. I've done about 5 or 6 teams. So let's see. I'm looking at Alabama's record right here. Let's see where we've got them. Yeah. Okay. So, Hunter, you can be mad at me or be pleased with me based on my Alabama prediction that will be coming out here in the next 2 weeks.
I would say that there is going to be a team that is going to be the biggest contender to beat Alabama in the SEC. It's going to be an A&M. I wouldn't want to say that they were going to take that L, but I think it'll be one of the better competitive SEC games this year. Besides the usual LSU games, that's always going to be a competitive game. Kind of like Auburn. No matter how bad Auburn is, in any given year, that game can be interesting just on its own.
I am with you, Hunter. Anything else, sir?
No. Appreciate your show and have a good rest of your night.
Yeah, thank you so much for the call. Appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
All right, before I take the next call, I want to make it kind of clear what my initial thought in all this was. And we've got like 3 or 4 other live streams, and we went live immediately when we heard this news or this rumor that is still substantiated, but it's not a done deal. It's not been announced as a done deal, but we know it's substantiated. We know that the talks are substantiated. What I don't like about it is that this is what college football is to me. First and foremost, it's about the product on the field, the play on the field. Just like I love the NFL for different reasons, I love college football first and foremost because on Saturday at noon, I've got the TV on and I've got every screen I can possibly grab in this house onto a college football game because I don't want to miss anything. I want to see as much college football as I can possibly see. Okay, because it's exciting. It's amazing. It's a great sport. It is just a phenomenal sport, arguably the best product on the field. Is it perfect? Is it the NFL? Of course, the NFL is better. When I say better, obviously the athletes, the performers are better because those are the very best of college football. But I love the flawed aspect of college football. We see crazy plays and crazy endings every week. It never disappoints week to week. Does a particular game disappoint? Yes. But does the sport disappoint any Saturday? There is never a Saturday that I go to bed at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning that I think that was a bad day in college football. Now, there were a few weeks last year because we had a very limited schedule that it compromised what we could have seen. But in a regular season, I have never gone to bed on a Saturday night and thought, that was kind of an off day in college football. No, college football is phenomenal on the field. And that is the number one reason why I love college football is to watch the games. I cannot watch enough college football games. Okay. But in terms of the character, the flavor, the feel of college football, what separates it, and you could say this to a certain degree about all college athletics, but of course we do college football here, and I think college football is the epitome of the point I'm going to make above women's soccer, softball, or men's baseball, or anything like that. And they have elements of this too, but because of the grand stage and because of the enormity of the crowd and the cheerleaders and the band and just the spectacle of college football, what is that a representation of? What it is the culture. This is what makes college football so great, is that it's a representation of the culture in that area of the country. We have a beautiful country that is not exactly the same in California as it is in Indiana or Georgia or Maryland. All those people in those states share a lot of common threads and values and characteristics, but there's also differentiation and diversity in a lot of ways. And that's represented in our college football. You know, when you watch the SEC, you're not only going to get a different product on the field and a little bit different brand of football, but the experience, the look of the game is going to be different than when you watch a Big Ten game. It's actually going to possibly snow in a Big Ten game in November, but it's going to be 75 or 80 degrees the first 2 or 3 weeks of the season, while it's sweltering hot in Gainesville, Florida for the opener. The vibe, the environment, the culture of college football has been deteriorated by these moves of conference realignment, and it's further being destroyed. College football, again, for me, is first and foremost about the play on the field, which is going to continue to be phenomenal. But beyond that, it's about the culture. There's a culture in the SEC. There's a culture in the Big Ten, the Pac-12. I know the Pac-12 gets dismissed, but I grew up, and even through my 20s and 30s and beyond that, when the Pac-12 was just as legitimate and just as good as the other conferences, if not better. There were many times in which the argument was made in the 80s and 90s that the Pac-12 was the best conference. Okay. There's a difference in watching a game from Happy Valley versus the Rose Bowl versus Tuscaloosa versus Manhattan, Kansas. And it also has to do with the tailgating, the food varieties, the difference in food between Madison, Wisconsin brats and Cajun cuisine in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. That's all a representation of the culture. The music's different, the food, the flavor, the vibe, the feel, the fans, the likes, the dislikes. It's all different. And that when you bring it all together, it's beautiful. But now we've got an SEC that is no longer the Southeastern Conference. It's pulled in the Southwest Conference, Texas A&M and Missouri, and now Oklahoma and Texas. And we've got a Big Ten that, you tell me, what are the connections between Nebraska and New York City? Rutgers, just minutes outside of New York City, and Nebraska. What do they have in common? Should they be in the same conference? No. And we are just further. Now, the Oklahoma-Texas move doesn't necessarily change that much, but it's the ramification that's going to result from Oklahoma and Texas. Now forget when people used to ask me about conference expansion and whether is this going to happen or is that going to happen, I always took geography into play and said, well, that would be ridiculous. The ACC is not going to take in that team. Why would they take in Syracuse or whomever or go all the way across the country? And they're basically going to possibly in a position where they just leap over SEC territory and grab some of these Big 12 teams just to get better. Or if the Big 12 wants to stay alive, if that's a possibility, they're going to leap all over the SEC to get to UCF or all the way up north to Cincinnati. These conferences, you might as well just label them Conference 1, Conference 2, 3, 4, 5, because they no longer are the Southeastern Conference or the Pacific 12, the Pac-12, the Pacific Conference that extends all the way to Colorado. And if you live in the East, I don't think we realize how far Colorado is from the Pacific coast. It's forever away. 20 hours, 22 hours away from the coast. That's been lost. That's been lost. All right. I apologize to our next caller who had to hear me ramble about the past. Welcome to the Voice of College Football. Who's on the line?
Hi, Mark. This is Sam.
Hey, Sam. What's up?
Oh, first of all, I wanted to congratulate you on the the level of viewership tonight, over 800 from what I'm seeing right now, I think you're well on your way to where you want to go.
Well, thank you so much. I don't know where these people came from, but I hope that they stick around and maybe check out some videos, and maybe they found a college football outlet. So thank you for that, Sam. Appreciate that.
So what I wanted to do is maybe take a brief 2 or 3 minute monologue to paint a picture from someone that's not obviously have, access to athletic directors or presidents, but someone that thinks that he understands the Pac-12 conference's culture and the West Coast mindset. Just to inform some of your viewers, because some of the scenarios people are throwing around is simply not going to happen. And now, if I say anything ridiculous, please cut me off and correct me, or fight back or push back on anything. Is that okay with you?
Absolutely. That's why we're here.
Okay, so this is where I'm coming from. Number one thing that I think your viewership needs to know, based on what I think I know about the Pac-12, is they're not just going to gobble up the remaining 18 of the Big 8. Just the culture in the Pacific, whether you're talking about Oregon, Washington, California, Colorado, is just not as rabid of a fan base that you're talking about compared to the South and parts of the Midwest, maybe even some parts of the Southeast. But that being as it may, number one, the Pacific Conference is not ruled like a football committee. It's ruled by the president, who have a lot of other things that they have to jumble around and juggle with besides college football. Now, am I saying that they don't want to see their college football team succeed? Absolutely not. I think this new commissioner is a reflection of that. But sorry to the fans from the Big 12 and from anywhere else, but the Pacific Conference is not ruled by football boosters. They cannot simply just push a button and tell the president and the athletic directors what to do. Now, I may be going a little, far in making that kind of a statement, but I don't think I'm too far from the truth.
Well,
Number
your
two,
point is best backed up by what we just witnessed last season. So last season, and the way it played out, basically backs up your point exactly.
Okay, so, and consequently, maybe not consequently is not the right word, but reflective of this is the fan base. Now, is there rabid Oregon fans like me? Is there rabid Husky fans and Bruins fans and Trojan fans? Just as rabid as, people that love Bama and Texas and Sooners? Absolutely. We have those in the West Coast. But they're not that many. We're not talking about seeing college football as a way of life. We have people on the West Coast that are way too laid back, and they do not feel like that they can exert this kind of football, college football pressure on their university. So the fan base tend to be a little more, fair weather, I would say. And that also tends to hurt, I believe, if college football as a fan base can exert pressure on these universities. So my final observation, kind of a broad stroke picture, is if Pac-12 notices, and I think this is why they got this new Pac-12 commissioner, if they notice a danger point where they think, yeah, we're really going to miss out on a lot of money, a lot of prestige, and even competitiveness in football, I think what they're going to do is they're going to band up either with the Big Ten or whoever else and create a football-only confederation to fight back against the SEC. So that's the broad picture that I wanted to paint. Anything you wanted to comment on?
So just to clarify your last point, you could see the Pac-12 in conjunction with the Big Ten, not in all sports, but just in football, joining forces.
Right. As a direct counterattack to the SEC saying, you guys are going to do this? We're going to create a football-only super confederation to make it seem as legit as the SEC.
So is that confederation going to involve 26 schools, though?
Well, I'm not saying that it's going to be a quote-unquote conference, but there's going to be a very close cooperation to try to fight back tactically against the SEC so they can stay relevant. I'm not saying that every team needs to play each other and all that.
So I had the same thought, but I was trying to determine if there's not a formal merger, how that would play out, how those two conferences would support each other to be able to bolster any particular set of programs to compete with the SEC.
Well, try to create a TV deal. Try to create kind of a Big Ten, Pac-12 kind of a rivalry thing. Try to create these favorable games. I think there's just a lot of things that you can do once you make the commitment between the Big Ten and the Pac-12 that we are going to strategically, not necessarily in the year by year, game by game kind of a thing, but strategically, we're going to create a counterforce to the SEC so we can be relevant in football. But we are happy with our culture of our conferences, and we are happy with the current setup, more or less. Does that make any sense?
It does make sense, but I'm still trying to wrap my head around. And again, I've had that same thought prior to your phone call, but I couldn't necessarily, besides scheduling non-conference games on a more formal and regular basis, matching up, let's say, the big heavyweights, Ohio State, USC, etc., where that would really hurt the SEC or bolster those two particular conferences, because more and more as we evolve in this, the college football playoff becomes paramount. And the college football playoff selection committee is going to continue to view, as they should, the Big Ten is the Big Ten and the Pac-12 is the Pac-12, and those are two separate entities.
How about something like this, Mark? This sounds totally radical. It's probably totally unrealistic. How about if the Big Ten and the Pac-12 banded together and they created their own Tier 1, Tier 2, kind of a European soccer league type of a League 1, League 2 relegation system, where you have 12 of the top teams from the Pac-12 and the Big Ten playing elite competition, keeping their prowess in sharp focus, so they're ready in the playoffs against the SEC team. And then you have a relegation system where the bottom tier teams from the Pac-12 and the Big Ten, occasionally somebody comes up, occasionally somebody comes down. How about something like that as a radical?
And so you
proposal.
think, in addition to that, part of that process would be that the Big Ten and the Pac-12 would shut off the SEC and say, we only schedule conference or non-conference games against one another, and maybe the ACC, and we'll see you in the playoff.
Well, not that type of a direct frontal attack. I think it's more of a kind of a rear attack. It's more, we're going to try to do things for our benefit, not so much as to hurt the SEC.
It's possible. Boy, I'm still trying to figure out how that would benefit them. Okay, it's something to consider.
Well, it would benefit them. Well, it would benefit them. Like I said, I don't think it's going to happen. I'm not proposing this, Mark. What I'm saying is, I think that part of the reason that the SEC is so good is because they have about 6 or 7 or 8 really good to really, really good teams fighting against each other and sharpening each other's skill over a season. And I think that if you created, let's say that take the top 5 from the Pac-12, the top 5 from the Big Ten, and made them compete with each other for a full season, they'll be much more battle ready when they go into the playoffs against each other.
They might be battle ready, but we're talking about a playoff proposal that involves the conference champion making it, so that's okay. But beyond that, those teams will, if the best teams in the Pac-12 and Big Ten are going to play in a disproportionate a number of times, then the records are going to be suppressed. The winning percentage, they're going to be less attractive to the playoff committee to be selected at those at-large positions. Do you follow me?
No, I mean, this is like just straight out of my head, stream of consciousness. just an idea. What I'm saying is I think something can be worked out by the smart people in the Big Ten and the Pac-12. And I know you know this, but the Pac-12 and the Big Ten think they're pretty smart. They think pretty highly of themselves, kind of like Texas does. So I think they can come up with some type of a mechanism where, yes, it doesn't suppress their win-loss totals too much, but it also helps each conference to better equip themselves against the SEC onslaught, which is clearly this broad shot, which is what Texas and OU going to the SEC has proposed. I don't mean anything further than that.
Interesting. All right, Sam. Anything else?
Thank you for taking my call.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Bye.
All right. I rarely challenge any caller or any of the live chat comments, except you guys know from watching on a regular basis that we don't let inaccuracies go. So you guys are all good with that. You guys challenge me if I say anything that's inaccurate, and I will challenge you as well. Not to be nitpicky, but Renee had made a comment about TCU is basically an average team in the Big 12. I countered by saying once TCU acclimated to the Big 12, which took 2 seasons, the TCU has certainly not been an average team in the Big 12. 2 seasons to acclimate themselves under Gary Patterson, 4-5 and 2-7 in the Big 12. Their first 2 seasons under Patterson in the Big 12. Since then, they've gone 8-1 with the Big 12 championship, 7-2 second place, 4-5 fifth place, 7-2 second place, losing the Big 12 championship game, 4-5, and then 3-6, and then 5-4. So they are a cumulative 13 games over 500. Again, I would love to see the lineup of Big 12 standings since 2014 to see where TCU ranks, but I do not believe that it's 4th or 5th in the conference. All right, let's get to the next caller here at the Voice of College Football. As we move on, I think this might be our guy, McD. What's going on tonight?
Hey, Mark, how you doing?
I'm good.
How you doing, Mark?
I am doing well. What's going on tonight?
I just want to talk about the teams not named Oklahoma and Texas, the other 8 teams, I guess you would call it, in the Big 12, that I do think, unfortunately, all of them are going to be heading to a different conference because I think the Big 12 is done. I think it's dead.
Most likely.
The Big 12.
Yes. I've done my best to try to attempt to save it, but most likely it's dead. Yes.
So I think a lot of people thought we were heading towards this 16-team Big 4 conference. It would not surprise me if some of these conferences even go to 18, honestly. And I'm going to start off with the SEC. I know a lot of people are thinking that West Virginia is going to end up in the ACC, which I do agree that's probably going to happen most likely. But don't be surprised if West Virginia pairs up with Oklahoma State and goes to the SEC. West Virginia, they were flirting with the SEC about 10 years ago or so. Last time when they were up for conference realignment in 2010, it would not surprise me if they end up in the SEC as well. And they'll pair up with Oklahoma State because it's kind of a fit for them going up against Oklahoma. They would want to keep that rivalry. What do you think about that?
I don't expect that to happen. But at this point, everything I used to acknowledge and review as being logical when trying to predict these conference realignment and expansion situations are out the door. When it comes to geography and conference alignments, I don't think that's going to happen, but the Oklahoma State connection makes sense. I don't know. Other than that, I don't think that obviously Texas and Texas A&M got ripped away from each other. We've seen all sorts of rivalries be disrupted by conference realignment and expansion. So I don't necessarily think that that's a priority that Oklahoma and Oklahoma State stay intact as a rival. That's not a priority for the SEC. I don't think that the SEC care less about Oklahoma State. And I don't know what value Oklahoma State gives the SEC otherwise. It's a good football playing school, but it's not in a major market. It's not going to help them get more teams into the playoff. If anything, it's going to water down the league more, and they're going to have to share more revenue with Oklahoma State that's being generated by other schools. I don't know that Oklahoma State is a real gain for the SEC. It's a real gain maybe for the Pac-12. And then West Virginia, I'm feeling the same thing as I start to add it up from a financial standpoint. I don't know that West Virginia, they don't bring TV sets. They don't bring eyeballs into the league much. Of course, they bring some, but I'm talking about proportionate to the powers in the SEC. If anything, it just distributes the money amongst more schools and lessens the pot for Alabama, Auburn, Florida, Georgia, on down the line, all the big heavy hitters. So I don't know if they want to share their money to more schools that aren't going to contribute as much as now. We're talking about this league being like 10 deep with major powers. So they don't need to go get more middling teams.
Well, let me say, I'm not going to argue your points about Oklahoma State, but maybe it's because I live 3 hours away from University of West Virginia. I know I'm a Maryland Terps fan. I think that school is a bigger market than what some people think. They have the whole state of West Virginia. If you go through Western Maryland, there's no Maryland fans in Western Maryland. It's all West Virginia fans. I'm assuming there's some West Virginia fans in Southern Ohio and Eastern Kentucky and even parts of Virginia. So I personally do think that West Virginia is a lot bigger of a market than I think a lot of people think. Now, personally, I think they end up in the ACC, which I want to get to next. I think West Virginia goes to the ACC. The question is who's going to ruin Notre Dame? Is it going to be the ACC or Big Ten? At the end, I think Notre Dame is a forced to join conference. They would probably lean towards the ACC, even though I think we all like to see them in the Big Ten. But don't be surprised if Notre Dame decides to stay independent. If you see the ACC also go to 18 teams and get Cincinnati, Memphis, and UCF.
Okay.
I can see that happening.
So you started out the conversation with moving West Virginia to the SEC, but you're saying that was just kind of like your notion, but you think they're going to the ACC?
I think West Virginia could go anywhere besides the Pac-12.
Okay. West Virginia makes sense. West Virginia is not going to the Big Ten because of academic requirements. West Virginia is a great fit for the ACC, I believe. Geographically, it makes sense. Rivalries with Pitt, Virginia Tech from previous decades. And I think West Virginia in the ACC is a good add for the ACC.
I agree with that because you get that rivalry back. It's just more of a geographical fit. I think that the Texas schools, Baylor, TCU, and Texas Tech, they all go to the Pac-12. I think Kansas goes to the Big Ten. I think Iowa State ends up in the Big Ten. And I think the big question is for Kansas State, where do they end up? Okay. I think that's the big kicker.
This does not work out perfectly that all these teams get placed in Power 5 conferences, or I guess it's going to be Power 4 conferences. I was trying to work out this for a long time in the last couple of days, and somebody's going to get left out. Somebody's going to be in the American Conference, would be my guess, is that they're going to pluck up like a Kansas State or whoever's left over, Baylor, TCU. There's some kind of an issue, and I would really like to have the lists of academic requirements for the Big Ten and the Pac-12, because I hear contradictory information about who can join whom. But I've been told that there's a number of teams in the Big 12, and in particular, Baylor and TCU cannot join the Pac-12. But if we're just talking football and money, that makes sense. But I don't know that they can. And I don't think, to the previous caller's point, that the Pac-12 is willing to change its requirements just for football. That's not the mentality. Notre Dame, let's bring up Notre Dame again. Notre Dame should be in the Big Ten. All I care about is football, and Notre Dame geographically is right in the middle of the Big Ten. Rivalries traditionally with Michigan State, Michigan, and others, Purdue, but that's not going to happen. You're exactly right. Notre Dame and the Big Ten have a gap between them in regards to the relationship. It goes decades back. There is a rift between the Big Ten and Notre Dame. Notre Dame has obviously connected itself to the ACC and all the other sports and in football with the 5-game per season contract. So unfortunately, Notre Dame, even though it makes total sense for them to play football in the Big Ten, it would just be phenomenal. No, they're going to be in the ACC if they join a conference. And the one team that you left out, I believe that you left out, that if I were the ACC, you know what school I would go after?
Let's hear it.
UCF.
I agree. If you can't get Notre Dame, I agree.
UCF's in Orlando, Florida. Huge entertainment base. Huge branding, marketing, NIL opportunities for athletes. They have a huge enrollment. They're one of the top 5 enrollments in the country. That means they have a huge alumni base. They've proven that they can play football. Not that I would focus on what is happening right this second, but they do have obviously a capable football coach. They love football. They want to play big time football. If I was the ACC, I'm going after UCF.
And I do agree with that, but I think they're going to try Notre Dame before UCF. I think they'll get West Virginia. They're going to try Notre Dame to make them a full member before UCF.
Well, sure. Notre Dame. Notre Dame's Notre Dame. They are the only player out there they are so far beyond everybody else as a free agent. But I would rather have, if I was the ACC, Notre Dame and UCF than Notre Dame and West Virginia.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. One other thing about that I was going to say, involving one of the teams are going to be left out. As I said, I could see some of these conferences going to 18 personally, so I don't know if one's going to be left out. But if a team does get left out, I'm going to say it's TCU, because I feel like TCU, if they join the American, I honestly don't feel like they will lose. I feel like they would feel like they didn't lose out, especially with the expansion of the playoffs and the American being really good right now. I honestly don't think TCU would have. They would feel like they were left out if they were forced to join the American instead of a Big Ten or a Pac-12.
I agree with everything you say, but unless the American restructures a financial deal with a TV network that they can really up their revenue, TCU is losing out. Financially, they're losing out. In terms of football, not necessarily. Yeah, if there's a 12-team playoff and they can become a heavyweight in the American Conference and become another Cincinnati, and there's an automatic spot for the group of 5, and maybe if you're in the top 12 of the rankings, maybe the group of 5 will start to get a second team in there if they have a number of former Big 12 teams involved. But financially, it's a pretty large hit.
I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. I do think no matter what, I think Kansas will go to the Big Ten, which, by the way, I know Kansas people are making fun of that at football level. You got to take account. I know this is a college football channel. You got to take account of everything. They do bring a lot for basketball to the Big Ten. Kansas does, even though football-wise they're not that good. And I do not trust Kevin Warren to do anything else besides get Kansas. I feel like he would screw it up one way or the other. If I had to take a guess, I mean, he'll probably get Iowa State, and it'll just stay at that. If I had to take a guess on what he does.
Well, then you've got. It's kind of difficult to schedule 15 teams.
If he gets Kansas, he has 15, but I think he'll go out and get Iowa State.
Oh, okay. Both of them. Gotcha.
Would be my guess. Which, I mean, Iowa State is just geographically. I don't know what they bring to the conference outside of maybe geographically in the state of Iowa. I mean, I have no faith in Kevin Warren. I mean, he did not regret anything he did this past season, saying we're going to go to the 10-game schedule and then we're not going to have a season come back. So
he doesn't publicly regret that because he's the type of individual that doesn't want to say, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. I did what I thought best in the moment, but it clearly was not the best decision to make. He's not one of those people. Apparently, I don't know the man, but he's showing us by those actions. Either he truly believes that he took the right course of action, which I heard him say that, yeah, he wouldn't do anything differently. Well, that's ludicrous because you reversed course. So that in and of itself says that you would have done things differently because you ultimately played football when you said, we are not playing football. If he would have said, we are putting this on hold, looking through the health guidelines and reviewing the situation, and we're going to make a final decision in a few weeks. But he didn't say that. He said, we are not playing football. And then they reversed course and played football. So then for him to come out last week and say, I wouldn't have done anything differently. Well, that's completely asinine and stupid. That's completely contradictory.
Well, I mean, as I said, I have no faith in Kevin Warren to do anything. I think he'll get Kansas. I think he'll either get Iowa State, most likely. I think will be the one he will get. Maybe he goes down and gets Kansas State. I would prefer Kansas State over Iowa State only because I actually do think Kansas State kind of – I know they're kind of out there in the middle of Kansas, but I do feel like as an athletic program at least, Kansas State is better than what I think some people think. I think they're a better athletic program than Iowa State at the end of the day. So just want to give my thoughts on this whole thing.
Good stuff.
I mean, it's going to be interesting. Thanks for my call. Go Terps.
Absolutely. It would be like me saying that tomorrow morning I decided to paint my house pink. And so I hired some workers to paint my house pink, and I paid them thousands of dollars, and it took dozens of hours to complete. And then the next day when it was finally completed, I decided this looks awful. I'll paint my house back to where it was. And then I had to pay thousands of dollars for them to repaint it and go through all that time and trial and hassle to get it repainted. And then to say, if somebody asked me, would you have done this a little bit differently? No, I would have done it exactly the same way. That makes no sense. All right, everyone. I'm going to take this next call, but want to let everyone know that these folks, first of all, look at the banner down here, 24-hour live stream college football launch. So I have committed myself to this. I have teased the audience at times in the past thinking, I want to do this, but can I really pull it off? No, we're going to do it this year. So Thursday, September 2nd is the first college football games. I know there's a week 0, but I'm talking about the first games that launch into week 1. We are going to be here for 24 consecutive hours live with you to talk college football, leading into and surrounding the games of that Thursday night. So I'm going to do the math. I'll let you know exactly when we're going to come on. Late Wednesday night, early Thursday morning, all day Thursday, probably through the night before, because I'm going to be here for 24 consecutive hours talking college football with you through the games of Thursday night, post game, and then I'm going to crash and be ready for all of it on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. We've got games, of course, Louisville, Ole Miss, I believe, on Sunday, Florida State, Notre Dame on Monday. So mark your calendar all ready for that. 24 consecutive hours live right here. See if something crazy comes out of my mouth, or I'm drooling or passed out or whatever. Okay, if for nothing else. Look at this thing of beauty. Look at that. A tremendous viewer put this together and sent this to me. I did not ask for this, order this, anything. But our guy Joey at Tri-State Wood Sketch Tri-State Wood Sketch. I know you guys want to talk college football, and we deliver more college football talk than anybody. 99% content and only about 1% promotion. So bear with me here, because understand, if you turn on ESPN or Fox, it's about 65-35. That's actually accurate. It's about 65% content and about 35% promotion. We're like 1% promotion. So give me some time here. You can contact the fine people at tristatewoodsketch.com. You buy one, you get one free if you drop my name. Either Mark sent me, Voice of College Football sent me, tristatewoodsketch.com. Buy one, get one free. And look at this work. This is phenomenal. It's crazy how good it is. I saw the digital renderings that were sent to me first, and I thought, that's amazing. That's great. You can check out the live streams from last week where I was just raving about how good it was. And then I got the actual physical. So you send them a photo, and we've got a bit of glare there, but you send the photo, and then you select your surface, and they can produce all sorts of great stuff. You've got coasters, Voice of College Football coasters, but I don't think anybody wants to look at that necessarily, but it's phenomenal. So if you've got birthdays, anniversaries, or just to put some tremendous quality decorations in your house, that's phenomenal. Visit our folks over there at tristatewoodsketch.com. Buy one, get one free if you drop our name, the Voice of College Football. Okay, back to it. And let's get to some of these calls. Appreciate everybody holding. Welcome to the Voice of College Football. Who's on the line?
To the man that gives college football its voice, the voice of the people.
There
Mark
he is.
Rogers, hi, and how are you, sir?
David, I'm doing well. How are you?
Awesome. I wanted to give you a call and talk about all the craziness that is going on in the college football world these days. By the way, I heard your last conversation with McGee. Am I supposed to be excited about the Big Ten getting Kansas and Kansas State and an Iowa State team that's going to be without Matt Campbell and probably whose better days might be behind him at that point?
That is the thing that people need to understand, is that Iowa State's not a given. Iowa State is not like acquiring USC. Iowa State is running at full cylinder, obviously, because of Matt Campbell. That's a 3-win program that he took over. And maybe if they're able to replace him, maybe they can sustain this, but it's not a guarantee. You're not buying the current football program and signing everybody to 10-year contracts. It's a fluid process and a fluid situation there at Iowa State. So that's not a given in regards to a top-flight football program.
Right. Well, I'm just saying that those 3 programs, and Iowa State without Matt Campbell, and the Kansas and Kansas State has maybe seen better days, not during the Bill Snyder days. Of course, when they had some good teams, but I don't see those 3 programs moving the needle for the Big Ten, so to speak, Mark, if you know what I mean, and I think you do. Much in the same way that Rutgers and Maryland haven't really helped to move the needle that much for the Big Ten, or Nebraska for that matter. We obviously weren't getting the Nebraska program of obviously their heyday. So, I think that where we're heading basically we've talked about this before. College football used to be extremely territorial. I think that, especially, and you really see this in recruiting too, Mark, it's far less, territorial than it ever has been. It's so, nationalized right now. Wouldn't you say it's a fair way to put it?
Oh, I think it is. I think people are just generally more connected through social media, and it's a smaller world. And then there is less, just if you're going to go back 2 and 3 and 4 decades, that there was less circulation of population and people. So you were more grounded and rooted to where you grew up or where your parents and grandparents grew up, as opposed to, grandpa grew up here, but then they moved, and then our parents moved here, and then I grew up here, and there is no allegiance or loyalty.
Right. Well, I mean, you have a lot of things too that are happening. High school level. I think a lot of these student athletes are connected to these camps and things of that nature are also part of it. You have these certain like games that they have as well. Elite 11, some of these games too, where they meet up, and I agree with you with the social media aspect, and I think too that a lot of these student athletes also want to follow the programs that in general are winning right now and sending players to the NFL, as you had mentioned earlier. I will say this about the SEC situation and getting Oklahoma and Texas. First of all, to the Texas situation, if Texas had a hard time winning 9 games in the Big 12, how are they going to win 9 games in the SEC?
If you look at Texas's performance since the 2009 BCS championship game, basically, if you could boil their record down to one season, they're 7-5. That's their winning percentage for that entire time. That 7-5, you got to think, is typically going to be 5-7, maybe 4-8, 5-7 in the SEC. So they're going to have to kick it into gear.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Sark can do a good job there. Although I was one of those ones that thought Tom Herman, who was the hot hire, obviously Ohio State's offensive coordinator, did some good things at Houston before he went to Texas, was going to do a really good job there. But I think that a lot of people have talked about it in the past, Mark. I think there's just some things going on with Texas, with the influence of the boosters and the money people there in Texas that seem to cause a lot of issues. I wonder how Sark deals with that. He's had an interesting coaching career, so we'll see. But I mean, Oklahoma to the Big 12. I said that I think Oklahoma's starting to play defense. Boy, they better start to play defense now if they're going to go to the SEC, right?
And that's one of the questions I have about Oklahoma in particular, because what we've seen is, let's say Clemson, take Clemson, for example. In 2018, they had a vintage Clemson team and Clemson defense, and the defensive line, of course, was historic. And so they could even play at a elite level against elite offenses. Well, if you look at Clemson's defensive stats the last 2 years, they're really no different than their defensive metrics in 2018. But once they hit elite competition, they obviously weren't up to the challenge. So I have the same question about Oklahoma. They're vastly improved on defense, and where they were giving up routinely 40 and 45 points to Texas Tech and Oklahoma State in the entire Big 12, now they've remedied that, but I don't know if their defense is up to playing Alabama, Ohio State, and those prolific offenses in the playoffs and holding them in check to a certain extent. We'll see.
Right. And I know we talked about that before in our last discussion. The point that I wanted to bring up with the Oklahoma in Texas possibly going to the SEC, have you done, and I know you do a lot of videos, Mark, I'm sure, did you do a video kind of showing how it would be structured going forward and what the two, maybe 8 teams would look like and which division sides that each two would be on? I don't know if you'd already put that out.
So I didn't post a video on it. Maybe I should, but we incorporated that in 3 or 4 live streams that we did during the time at which all this news was being exposed. And so I put up the SEC network, what they communicated as the pod system. We talked about that. I don't know if you've seen that rundown. And then also various theories about how the 2 divisions would look with 8 teams.
Right. So where do you think, I mean, if you could crystal ball this, Mark, obviously if Texas and Oklahoma are gone, a conference losing their 2 anchor programs, one would say that's got to be goodbye, right, for the Big 12, if we get to that point.
Yep. I think there's about an 80% certainty that the Big 12 is done. And their 20% chance of survival is because if they can act immediately, and who knows what the conversations look like right now, it would be fascinating to know who's talking to whom and where is the level of conversation. But basically, so the Big 12 stands at 8 teams. It's going to be crucial for them to pick up credible members while they still have 8. If they can go out and fortify and solidify the conference with a couple ads before they get some subtractions. See, once they get some subtractions, those subtractions are obviously, I would think, I shouldn't say obviously, but I would think are going to come from the top of the conference, are going to be the best football playing schools, are going to be gone. Oklahoma State, Iowa State, probably out of the gate. So they're down to 5 or 6 schools. And I think then it all crumbles. So their hope is to add before the subtraction. And then they're still probably viewed as, and this is a college football playoff selection committee question, a group of 5, if they survive.
Right. Then do you basically become a Conference USA or somebody at that level? See, that's the problem is once you lose your anchor programs, once you lose your bell cow programs, then what are you really as a conference? I mean, it's tough to even consider you a Power 5 at that point, I would think. And then at that point, we're basically at 4 major conferences, which I guess, and there you go, 4 conference winners, 4 playoff spots. You could look at it that way. But, I mean, one would say that even once we get to that point, the movement around will not continue because sports is very copycat-oriented, Mark, and I think that the other conferences would start to take action for their own futures, wouldn't you?
Oh, I think they're going to act. Now, the Big Ten is somewhat conservative by nature, as you well know, so I don't expect them to go crazy. But the issue here is that Notre Dame's connected to the ACC, so Notre Dame's out of play. They are going to go to the ACC if they go anywhere. So there are no free agents like Oklahoma and Texas out there. They don't exist. So there's no way that the Big Ten or anybody else can keep pace with the SEC without there being some major merger of conferences. So nobody's going to keep pace. This is what the detriment to the sport is, in my opinion, is that if, let's say, there are slight tweaks to these other conferences, the Pac-12 picks up a couple members from the Big 12, and so does the Big 10. Most notably, you would think Iowa State, Oklahoma State, or Iowa State, Kansas, I've heard, that's not going to do anything close to keeping up with the SEC. The SEC is going to dominate this sport unless there are radical moves made by the other 3, and it's just not healthy.
Well, the only equivalent I thought of, Mark, is that what if you gave us Notre Dame and Clemson? If you gave the Big Ten Notre Dame and Clemson or something like that, that would be the only way to keep up with the Joneses at that point.
Oh,
in fact,
then
I think that would trump.
Then you might as well just.
Then there you go.
You got 2 superpower conferences, and the Pac-12 and the ACC might as well just get out of the way. And
then let's dance. Then
one
you could
point that you made earlier that I think I just want to accentuate it because it's a really good point, and it didn't hit me until all this came out, is that I never realized that Oklahoma and Texas, I believe it can be argued, are more important to their league than any 2 schools in the country. I didn't really see it that way before. I guess it's just we weren't faced with this situation for me to think about it that way, but I don't even think Ohio State and Michigan are as important to the Big Ten, because the Big Ten is still a reasonably strong conference without those 2. Those 2, meaning Oklahoma and Texas, they're more valuable than the other 8 teams, other 8 football playing schools in the league. They're the league.
Right. Well, I agree with you. Yeah, I mean, I've heard that Texas pulls a lot of sway within the Big 12. That the commissioner of the Big 12, I believe it's Bob Bowlesby still, right?
Yes.
Okay. That they listen to Texas. That Texas holds a lot of influence at their meetings and the decisions that they make, and and things of that nature. And I think, I mean, Texas is still a huge entity. They haven't shown it on the field, but, nevertheless, you can see what, obviously just from a dollar standpoint, and they still are a huge revenue producer, if I'm not mistaken, right, Mark?
Texas, yes. Texas is still, I don't know what the latest numbers are, but they still out earn Clemson, for example, by a lot.
Right. See, I think that I wanted to go to the Big Ten too, Mark, before I forget, because, I'm glad that you brought it up because it's our conference, and it's certainly my conference. Is the situation, I mean, I can't see Notre Dame coming to the Big Ten. I've always thought it would be a really good fit. It makes sense. Obviously, from a geographical standpoint, they've played a lot of Big Ten teams in the past, so it certainly makes, Michigan State, Purdue, they played Ohio State a few times, Michigan, of course. So, from that standpoint, I thought it would always make sense. But when you have all your other programs, committed to, the ACC, one would think if they ever make the move, that's the most logical move and the only move that they can make. I mean, bottom line, could you ever see them committing to the conference, or do you think from a dollar standpoint that it just won't happen? I mean, because that TV deal is still fairly lucrative, if I'm not mistaken, with NBC.
Yeah, so Notre Dame, they're tied to the ACC. Unfortunately, they are tied to the ACC. They've committed all their other sports to it. I read something within the last month that was more specific in outlining the agreement that Notre Dame has with the ACC, and that if they do make a move in football, it makes it virtually, not 100%, but virtually impossible for them to join any other conference. And there is bad blood, and I would have to refresh my memory on exactly how this has ensued through the decades between Notre Dame and the Big Ten to some extent. So I just don't see that happening, unfortunately, because I do believe, and I don't think this is me being a homer, but that Notre Dame and the Big Ten, from a football standpoint, just would be just tremendous.
Right. Well, I mean, that would help with, because at least we would be getting a very good, I mean, just from a winning program standpoint, at the very least, we'd be getting a very solid top 10 program right now. So,
and for anybody out there that's a big college football fan, I'm sorry, Dave, but I was just going to say, for anybody out there that's a big college football fan that doesn't necessarily have a horse in the race or a stake in the game involving Notre Dame, the ACC, and the Big Ten, just think about what's Notre Dame's connection historically, geographically, in regards to tradition, history with Virginia, Duke, Virginia Tech, Louisville, Wake Forest. We could go on down the line. The only connection we've got is with Clemson, but that's artificial. That's just based on them being two of the better football programs. Notre Dame, Florida State played a great game, a game of the century 30 years ago, but you could match up a zillion schools that have played that kind of game. Notre Dame, Michigan State, Notre Dame, Michigan, Notre Dame, Purdue. Those are three year-to-year traditional rivalries that were played for decades. And even Notre Dame and Penn State and Notre Dame, Ohio State have history. Notre Dame and Northwestern have history. Notre Dame felt it big enough to play Wisconsin at a neutral site at two historic NFL stadiums for 2 consecutive years. We're going to see one for sure, but because of COVID, didn't see the one at Lambeau Field. But it just makes total football sense and revenue sense. But Notre Dame has chosen another path.
Right. Well, I mean, I would just hope, like I said, again, Mark, bottom line, I would hope that if we are getting a program added to the Big Ten, hopefully it would be a solid, at least top 10 kind of program, or a program that's playing at that level and not, no offense to McBee, but Maryland, Rutgers, or, Nebraska, that is not exactly the Nebraska of yesteryear.
But who is that?
I mean, a program, what's that?
Who is that?
Well, to me, it was Notre Dame. I mean, that's the only program that, from a geographic standpoint, from a playing standpoint, that fits the bill of. They're in your footprint. They're a top 10 program right now. So it's the only program I could think of, to be honest with you.
The three programs. Yep. The three programs I'm thinking of, and one's going to be a real reach, but in this day and age, geography is almost out the door. Cincinnati, Iowa State, and I'm not saying that they're in any way, shape, or form close to Notre Dame, but Cincinnati and Iowa State, in their current state, are strong football programs. And then I don't think the Big Ten's going to do this, but I mentioned this for the ACC, and I think it makes total sense for the ACC. Make that leap to UCF.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, I mean, I think if the Big Ten just got back to a level to where you can have a top 2 or 3 program in Ohio State and like 2 or 3 other top 10 programs, let's say that's Ohio State or Penn State, let's say, and maybe a Notre Dame. I don't know if I'm going to see Michigan get back to that level anytime soon, but that's it. We could talk to Steve Dace about that. And then maybe a top 15 program in Wisconsin. As I said to you before, Mark, that's a pretty solid conference. A top 3 program, 2 top 10 programs, and a top 15 program. Nobody's laughing at that conference at that point and calling it a joke. That's a pretty good conference, right?
That's right.
So, all right. Hey, last thing. I know you're college football, but you are a lifelong. Are you going to be a lifelong Cleveland Crusaders fan, by the way, or Guardians fan, Mark? The Guardians. Are you going to be a?
I posted on Twitter and on Facebook. I put my team forever, period, and posted a huge Chief Wahoo logo.
It's crazy, isn't it, Mark? I mean, I saw the logo. It's kind of neat looking, but
yeah.
Just last thing, do you think it moves the needle with the fans or the fan base? Because we're locally here. I don't know, but I wonder.
I think people are used to change in this society, and most people don't like it. That's human nature, but people are going to get used to it. And 3 or 4 years from now, it's going to be part of the norm. It's just people are going to become accustomed to it. That's my prediction.
Well,
who knows?
No, they'll always be the Indians to me too, Mark.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, David.
Pleasure, Mark. Take care of yourself.
You too. Okay, so here's the deal. Whoa. This trackpad is, bear with me. I just lost everybody. Bear with me. I know you didn't think I lost everyone, but I did. Okay, so Jeffrey, if you know anything about my channel, if you've watched me in the past, you know that I'm not going to ignore anybody's super chat. I am very appreciative, more than you will ever know, of anyone contributing, not just financially, but in any way. So Jeffrey has stated here something about me missing his message. Okay. I've actually, during that entire phone call, Jeffrey, I was scanning up and down, up and down. You got to realize that there are hundreds, thousands at this point of messages in the live chat. I have been scanning this thing up and down. And you got to realize that the application that I use cuts off the comments at a certain point. So if your comment was made, let's say 50 comments ago, I can't go back and retrieve that comment. I can't. I've gone back to as far as I can go, and I've scanned it like 18 times just to make sure I didn't miss anything. So I was in the process of going online over here to find your comment, because otherwise I don't have your comment. I would not intentionally ignore anybody's comment, let alone a super chat comment. That doesn't mean I can get to everybody's comments, of course, but I'm not intentionally ignoring comments. And if you could see my makeshift situation here, you would understand as well. So we're going to take a call in just a second, but let me get to this latest super chat as I get on my other laptop and try to find the Jeffrey question here. So we've got Stephen chiming in. Thank you so much, Stephen. Thank you so much for the contribution. Appreciate you, Stephen. I got to say, Stephen, this is the first time I've seen your handle here at the Voice of College Football. Appreciate the large crowd that we've got in here to talk SEC, Big 12, and all the chaos in college football. But, Stephen, here's our customary welcome that has been hindered by the new microphone. And when I say new, over the last 2 years, because we used to really do a tremendous windup on this one. So I'm going to try not to go viral with helmets going through windows or anything here. But welcome to the Voice of College Football, Stephen. Would love to know how long you've been watching and who you root for. All right. Now, Jeffrey, I'm going to get to your comment. Stand by. I've got 18 windows to get through to get that off there. But if anybody could convey Jeffrey's comment that needs to be read. Let's see. And I'm sure I'm losing viewers by the second as I'm searching all over the place to try to retrieve this comment. All right, let's see as far back as we can. There we go. I think, no. That is Steven's super chat. All right, so what can I say, Jeffrey? That's as far back as I can go. Even if I go online, that's as far back as I can go. I don't know if you can see that. As far back as I can go, I cannot retrieve your comment. I apologize. I've gone as far back in the live chat as possible. And I can go actually not even as far back as I can on my StreamYard application here to retrieve your comment. So, Stephen, please leave your comment in the chat, preferably in caps so I can see it. And I would love to read your comment, answer your question, whatever it might be. All right. I have never seen so many comments in the live chat about basketball ever, and about one particular basketball team, and that would be Kansas, of course. Yes. Thank you, Mason. Just please ask it again. I cannot find it. It's impossible for me to find it until the show's over. I've gone as far back as I can on two different applications. Cheryl is our moderator. And I've given permission to Cheryl. I'm just kidding. She doesn't need my permission, and she can do whatever she wants. But Cheryl can certainly take some shows off and just be a fan. Just come in here and talk, and hopefully everybody treats Cheryl with great respect and is kind to Cheryl. Cheryl is one of our great moderators. She is the moderator. We've technically got 9 moderators, but she's the one that shows up and does her job. All right, let's see if I can find this from Jeffrey. I don't see him chiming in with anything. Jeffrey. So probably what happened here is Jeffrey sent in his super chat with his question, and then I didn't answer it. Probably when I went through that whole display that I just did, he probably missed that, and now he's off somewhere and probably thinks I ignored him intentionally. That's unfortunate. But so. Oh, here we go. Jeffrey says, your system just booted me again. This must be technical. Jeffrey, you're right here. You can make a comment. Please make your comment, and we will get to it. Hopefully I'll see it. There you are, Jeffrey. So make your comment. I cannot retrieve your comment. Here we go. There you go. Did you make your comment again? I don't see it. I'm going through Jeffrey. Okay, I'm going to take some calls, Jeffrey. If you leave your comment, please put it in caps because we're getting a lot of comments coming in. All right, We're behind. We got George on here. And when George calls, I take the call and I shut
Mark,
up. Hey, George, what's going on?
Hey, Mark. I feel like we should be playing that music from Jeopardy right now.
I take so much care in finding these super chats. People don't realize I'm all over the place. When I see a super chat, I make sure that I read it off and give it all sorts of love. But if it gets too far in the conversation, I can only go so far back. Not everybody understands that.
Anybody that's been doing YouTube football shows for any length of time at all knows how it works. There's no way you can see the comments, and not even all the super chats. I mean, it's a good try. You try, but occasionally one slips by.
Well, I don't get so many super chats that I can't see them, George. We hopefully will get to that point. I'm sure that you've seen a ton of YouTube shows because you're all over the place looking at political stuff and news stuff and everything else. And I have as well, where some people have these podcasts where they got like 8,000 people online, and these super chats, you just see them going at the top of the screen. And I'm like, wow, if we could get to that point, that would be phenomenal.
Hey, some of that could be like when you go into a coffee shop in the morning and you're the barista, you put like $8 in your tip jar just to give people the sense that somebody else is tipping. So they could be like giving themselves super chats under 4 different names. Who knows?
That's true. That's very true.
Anyway, I'm watching that movie called The Rundown with The Rock. Have you seen it? Where he chases that kid through the jungle trying to bring him back home to his dad.
I have not seen the movie. I've heard of it.
All right. This is non-football, but since I'm watching it while I was waiting for you to find that super chat, this is the greatest opening fight scene in all of moviedom. It's The Rock, and he wants this Super Bowl ring off this NFL running back's finger to give to his gambling boss, the guy owes him money, and he beats everybody up and takes the ring. It's pretty cool.
Everybody watch The Rundown, but please don't watch it now. But go watch The Rundown.
I've been hyperventilating all night over this football talk. So many opinions coming from every angle.
I love it.
It is. It's crazy.
I don't like Texas and Oklahoma joining the SEC, but I like the conversation.
Hey, what year was it that Florida won football, basketball, back-to-back titles, and all that matters in all the sports, college basketball and football? What years was that we did that?
06, 07.
Wasn't that something? Football, basketball, something like that.
And beat Ohio State twice.
Man. Yeah, another thing I want to say real quick to people making fun of Vanderbilt. If Nick Saban said, you know what, I'm tired of it, I'm turning this over to my assistant coach, and he went to Vanderbilt, Vanderbilt would win a national title in a few years. So quit talking bad about Vanderbilt. They just haven't hired the right coach yet. That's all.
George, I always thought that this would be the greatest experiment in college football. Of course, we can't do it because people are live free lives. But if we would take Nick Saban and whoever the greatest coaches in college football were at the time, Urban Meyer recently, take those guys and make them go out to the worst football programs. Send them to Rutgers and Kansas and Oregon State and Vanderbilt and make them give them a full off season, but they got to work with that talent. And I would be fascinated to see how much better they would be.
Why would they have to work with that talent? Why wouldn't they grab a couple 5-stars the first year?
No. Well, they would with their recruiting class, but they would have to take over that team.
Right. Oh, yeah. Okay. They would improve by a couple games a year at least. And then they'd start getting top talent. Yeah, Urban has to go anywhere to do that. Oh my God, I'm so glad nobody goes to Miami. It's just be unbearable to have to listen to them again. And Georgia? Never mind. I'm just going to stop. Thank God Georgia doesn't have a good coach. I'd be scared. Sign the Florida Gators. And dumbass goes and loses to South Carolina at home. front of 92,000 fans.
George, I really
in the
don't
same
remember
stadium
you
on
being on such a
homecoming.
rampage against Georgia like you have been over the last couple months.
Because they won't shut up on the internet. They keep talking about Miss Mullen kissing players. That's why I do that to them. I'm like, say it again. They ain't got nothing else to talk about. They won't say nothing about football. It's just all they can do is talk about my coach's wife. I'm like, okay, gloves are off. Poor Mrs. Mullen. Can't even hug and kiss a player as he gets off the bus.
All right, George, any particular questions or comments tonight?
Oh, I absolutely called to talk about football. We're taking education out of the equation. And Ryan Day, oh my God, he's the man of the day. He's my hero. I think you talked to him and you said, I had a guy called George call in to say, we're supposed to split this money up between all the players. Next thing I see Ryan Day going, we need a $10 million fund so we can give the backup snappers some money. Like, this is ridiculous. You tell me my quarterback gets $80 million and nobody else gets anything? Isn't that great? I love that guy.
Okay. I thought of you, George, when we had that conversation. And then I think that was only like a day before I heard Ryan Day say the same thing. And I thought, I hope George is catching this because he's going to love Ryan Day.
It's the 100th monkey theory. When I said it on your show and 100 people heard me say it and they all agreed, it just popped into Ryan Day's head. Also, here's the next thing that's coming. This college football degree thing, bye-bye. We're going to have honorable degrees. That means you never went to class, but you did play football for us, so you get an honorable degree. We're going to have semi-honorable degrees where you actually did go to class and try, and then we're going to have actual degrees. This is almost, Wait until I let Black Lives Matter know they're not giving all the players their degrees. Only them smart guys get it.
Well, technically speaking, George,
so that's over.
College is there to prepare somebody for a profession.
Yeah, the NFL is a pretty good profession.
That's my point.
It should put me on a practice squad for 8 years. I'll do good.
But if you are going to college, let's say to be a lawyer, to be an accountant, whatever, you are obviously also, though, required to take other classes and pass those classes legitimately. So that should be required of the football players.
The next thing I want to say is that the SEC should say we're divesting ourselves of the NCAA. Everybody join our conference, and we'll just make the whole season a playoff. We'll structure this. We'll let everybody play 4 or 5 teams and we'll start the playoffs, Like everybody just join the SEC, the whole country. And then we can change everything, make it the way we want it, cut people off. Or,
hey, that's going to make me
if Miami would come and bend. Okay, that one guy, Shankopotamus, he wanted me to say 3 super conferences, but I think it should just all be the SEC. We'll split up some money, have different tiers. Because it's always going to be the same teams anyway. Ohio State, Clemson.
Then it would no longer be the SEC. They would have to rename themselves. It would be the American Conference, basically. All right, George. I'm going to get to some of these other calls.
I can't. Hey, don't do the 24-hour thing. You'll regret it after 5 hours.
We'll see. We'll see what we do.
Hey, one more thing. A guy in the comment section, you can't see all the comments. He asked me like 5 times to ask you this. Why can't number 1 play number 3 and number 2 play number 4? Why is number 1 get to play number 4 and 2 has to play 3? You think that should be changed? What do you think?
Well, there's a reason that the number 1 team in the country didn't necessarily earn that spot, but they were selected by the committee and chosen to be number 1, basically. So you play any tournament like that. There's a reason number 1's number 1. They would play the weakest team. Therefore, you.
Why? He's asking why.
Why doesn't
why don't they
1
play
play
number
2
and number 2 plays
and
number
3 play
4?
4? Why doesn't 1 play 2 and 3 play 4? Because what I just stated makes sense.
The way
you're being rewarded for being number 1. Even though in college football, number 1 didn't necessarily earn that spot, you're being rewarded for being number 1 by playing 4.
All right. My last thought.
Yep.
I appreciate you addressing that. My last thought is I think it should be an open competition that's published in the New York Times. I think Miami and Florida State, and UCF and Oklahoma and Texas, anybody, they should be able to write an open letter, take out a full-page ad, and address the Southeastern Conference and tell us why we should let you be a part of our football league. In Miami could say, we're sorry, we were wrong, you're the best. Like, that might get them in.
Okay.
We need you.
Now we're venturing into the inane. All right, George.
SEC. All right. Love you guys. Bye.
See ya. All right. Let's get to some of these super chats. Appreciate Steven here. Once again, what if the Big Ten offers to pay $150 million buyout and grab Texas and Oklahoma? So right now, a few numbers have leaked. We don't know how credible they are, but in regards to, we don't know what an economic impact Oklahoma and Texas will have on the SEC or any other conference. It can be speculated, it can be estimated, but we know that the Texas and Oklahoma are more than willing to pay their buyout to the Big 12 to join the SEC. Okay. And the SEC is obviously determined that Oklahoma and Texas add the kind of value that they would like to bolster their conference, their TV contract, their stadium revenue, their merchandising, everything. All right. So for the Big Ten, this is obviously just a number that Steven's throwing out at $150 million. So that's a ton of money. Which, is the 75 million each. I saw 76 million, whatever. Why doesn't the Big Ten do that? Well, Texas and Oklahoma want to join the SEC. They want out of the Big 12. Geographically, they are more in line with the SEC. Missouri, Arkansas, Texas A&M. That's clear that Texas and Oklahoma do not line up in any way, shape, or form with the Big Ten. They do with the SEC to a certain extent, or the new SEC with Mizzou, Texas A&M, and Arkansas. Plus, they see the potential in the SEC more so than the Big Ten, even though right now the Big Ten and the SEC are making roughly the same income. People are moving south and they're moving west. So the SEC is going to continue to thrive. The Big Ten is going to continue to have challenges. It's actually remarkable that the Big Ten has been able to thrive as much as it has during these decades of decline in terms of population. So could the Big Ten do that? Sure, they could throw $150 million at Texas and Oklahoma and pay it for them. And actually, without knowing what the accounting is, I would guess that would be a good move over time for the Big Ten. What if they did? If they did, I would believe Texas and Oklahoma would certainly have a decision to make. Is it worth $75 million for us to join the SEC and not the Big Ten? I don't necessarily know that would change Texas and Oklahoma's minds, but it would certainly give them a huge incentive to join the Big Ten. And again, we don't have the accounting in front of us. We're taking estimated guesses, called guesstimates, that the Big Ten would, even with that kind of buyout, would come out ahead in the long run. It may take 3 years, 5 years, something, but the addition of Texas and Oklahoma to the Big Ten, I believe, would be worth that buyout. Why would the Big Ten not do that? The Big Ten, by nature, historically, and even today, is conservative. Let me grab super chats coming in. I don't want to miss any of these. How did I miss these? Okay, where are they? For people that are watching me for the first time, you can tell that I try to address as many comments, reasonable comments and questions to the screen as possible, and especially super chats. I don't want to bypass any of those. None. So, Kyle, thank you so much. I appreciate your support. You've been here for me for a long, long time, Kyle. Thank you so much for all that you do. I appreciate your support. Appreciate so many people. I'm not going to start to name people. What I need to put together I thought of this the other day, is to make some kind of recognition for those people that have joined us on Patreon. Just search Mark Rogers TV. Go to Patreon, search Mark Rogers TV. Got my predictions there. I did pick Alabama, Ohio State, and the Crimson Tide to win the national championship over the Buckeyes before the season started last year, but I'm not tooting my own horn. I only have 5 weeks to do it before I'm on the hook for another prediction. But you get my predictions there. You get Steve Merrill, Pro Sports Info, Wager Talk, and his analysis. And he's an odds maker and handicapper. And then you also get the insider look. And you get the, I remind my patrons over on Patreon, you get the exclusive live stream per request. 1 week, one per week per request. But Kyle, thank you so much for that. That is so much appreciated. I feel, to be very blatant, be very blunt, honest, very, very incapable of expressing my gratitude for everybody's contributions. Again, that's hitting the like button, that's sharing the videos out on social media. That's everything that you guys do is amazing. Jeffrey, thank you so much. Love this show. Glad to support. Jeffrey, thank you so much for your contribution. Jeffrey, I don't know if I've ever welcomed you to the channel. Welcome to the Voice of College Football. Would love to know who you root for and how long you've been watching. Okay. What else do we got here? And Jeffrey, I don't know where your question is. We still haven't gotten your comment in, unless that's what it was. So I apologize. Got all sorts of good comments and questions in here. And I believe we've got another super chat that I would like to catch up with. There, no. That was Kyle. Kyle, sorry. You were probably giving me some incentive right there with the super chat to hang up on George. But George is always valued. Now, we give George a little rope. For people that watch us on a regular basis, know that George calls in. And I believe next to Navy Thomas, George would be our longest running active subscriber. And so George will call in and we'll get some interesting stories from George. And it, depending on my leniency, my patience, and how much college football needs to be talked about, we'll give George a little rope, and then sometimes we got to reel him in or cut him off. And especially when we've got all sorts of callers online. I don't even know how many people are calling in because I leave the waiting list at 3 and it's been jammed at 3 the entire time. So it's probably a lot larger than that. Kyle, thank you so much for the contribution. I love you being here. Appreciate the support, the allegiance, everything that you bring us here. It's awesome. Believe we've got, again, Jeffrey, thank you so much for the super chat. Kyle, again, thank you so much. Much appreciated here. I want to take this opportunity, since we do have a large audience here, just let people know that you go to voiceofcollegefootball.com, register for free at the top of the screen. You also can go to voiceofcollegefootball.com. Grab your favorite team. Unfortunately, I can't show you here. This is the wrong application, but you go to voiceofcollegefootball.com. voiceofcollegefootball.com. Up at the top of the screen, it says store. Get yourself all geared up for the season. We've got all sorts of tailgating items and apparel there at voiceofcollegefootball.com, and we've got every team represented. And go nuts. Check it out. See if you like what we've got there for you. All right. Here we go. Next question or comment coming in from Philly fan. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Honest opinion. South Carolina and Shane Beamer. Is he a smooth talker, or is he the one to lead us back to the promised land? Funny that you bring that up, Philly fan. Philly, South Carolina. You probably went to the University of South Carolina, I would think, as a Philadelphia person. There's not much connection there. But I was super impressed with Shane Beamer's comments at SEC Media Days. And they weren't just, okay, a salesman. Like Butch Jones used to show up at SEC Media Days, and it was slick, and it was well rehearsed, and it sounded great, but it was too polished and too over the top and too corporate and too rehearsed, that you knew, okay, this guy's just feeding us lines. Shane Beamer was authentic in his talk. Okay, all of that's great, and you do have to be a strong communicator to recruit, strong communicator to develop the players, because this is my thought process about building a football program. There's a lot involved there, but basically when it comes to the players, it's about selling the program through relationship building. Therefore, I'm meaning recruiting. And then once you sign the players and are able to close the deal, then you need to develop them as football players, hopefully as young men as well, but as football players, develop them. Some of the disappointing teams in college football, I'm looking at you, Miami, I'm looking at you, Texas, more than anybody over the last decade, USC and others. One of the major disappointments is not the recruiting or the recruiting ranking, Texas, top 5 to 10 in the nation, but it's that we see tremendous talent, sometimes even make it to the NFL, but they leave for the NFL 3 years after they're signed as basically the same player as they were when they signed. I think Rashawn Gary at Michigan would be a prime example of that. He never turned into the superstar that he was supposed to be. Is he earning paychecks in the NFL? Yes, and probably will for the next 5, 6, 7, 10 years. But he never turned into the force at Michigan that he was supposed to be. Recruited, talent, and so talented that he could never necessarily improve and still be good enough to make plays and be drafted. So the development aspect is enormous. And then you have game preparation. Are you and your staff capable of taking these players, this talented roster that you also developed in terms of technique? And then there's also a component of preparing for the game. Can you prepare your team better than the coach and coaching staff on the other sideline better for this particular game? And then if you want to grind it down even further, at halftime and during the course of the game, are you able to make the adjustments better than your competition? You put all 4 facets of that together, and then you've got a successful football coach. And then they also have to be able to be strong enough in their direction, in their leadership, to keep 105 players on the rails, because you're not going to recruit all choir boys. So you're going to have to keep them all on the rails. So you're going to have to be able to give them enough leash to it's got to be an enormous task, again, just in this day and age, to keep all those players in check. And we know that players go off the rails at every program, even well-run programs. Alabama, Nick Saban, they have players that get in trouble. It's going to happen. But how do you manage that, and how do you be able to direct and quality control that part of it? So Shane Beamer sounds so we know that he can talk from an authentic standpoint and talk real life, real football, real development of young men. I thought I don't have it in front of me, but I took notes on it and could have spoken to it right after that. And actually we did have a couple videos that we cut with Will Gunter from Columbia, South Carolina, 107.5 The Game. We had him on to talk about Shane Beamer, and I was tremendously impressed. Okay. That's in the middle of July at media days. And we know he can coach. We know he knows football. They all know football, but I mean to a high level, he knows football. We saw that what he did at South Carolina. He contributed to those 11-win teams at South Carolina. He went to Oklahoma, succeeded there. We know what his pedigree is. His father was a decent coach. Wink, wink, decent coach. So I think you should be optimistic. You should be optimistic. I have said for years here that South Carolina is the most underachieving program in the country. This is why I say that. Texas is over the past 10 or 12 years. They are a blue blood with tons of money and resources and facilities and the recruiting footprint in Texas, and they're playing 500 football or just slightly better. But South Carolina, over the course of the history of the program, they play in the South, in the SEC. They've only been in the SEC, of course, since 1992, but they were in the ACC and a major independent before that. But in the SEC now for pushing 30 years. They're in the South. They got the recruiting footprint. They've got a rabid fan base. They've got a large university. They have everything going for them. Name a school in the country that has underachieved as much as South Carolina over the course of the entire history of college football. I don't think anybody has. The other doormats across the country traditionally have reasons why they're doormats. Oregon State, Northwestern back in the day, but Northwestern's winning, of course, now and has been good for about 25 years. So be optimistic. Be optimistic. Will Muschamp recruited top what? He was typically in that 17 to 20 range in recruiting rankings, but in the SEC, that's top 10 or 11. But be optimistic. Yeah. Your phone line busy. What that means, BGPO football funk, is that means that we've got too many calls. But I appreciate the contribution so much. I will get on that 1977 request that you had for me to review the national championship race of 1977. But suddenly, Texas and Oklahoma decided to make college football history in the last 72 hours, and that's what we've been talking about ever since. All right, I want to make sure that I don't miss another comment coming in. Don't think, there we go. Land found. Preach! I'm preaching tonight. Thank you for everyone listening. And we are the voice of college football because of you. I've said this from the beginning. So there were a number of people that called me the voice of college football in their comments, and I actually had to have somebody go, Mark, hello, that's a great brand name. I was like, oh, yeah, it actually is. And so we ran with it. So every so often somebody will ask me, why do you call yourself the voice of college football? And so my answer is, I didn't start doing that. Other people did that for me. And then I determined that's a great brand name. But also the other double meaning on this is that we all have a voice. You've got a voice. I've got a voice. We bring on dozens and dozens of guests. They've got a voice. So together, we are the voice of college football. So I try to give as much voice to you as possible through the phone calls, through the chats, online. I try to get to as many comments and calls as possible to give you a voice. All right, let's get to it. Next up on the voice of college football, who's on the line?
Alan.
Alan, how you doing?
Hey, doing good, Mark. First time viewer and caller. Several questions. I don't really have a whole lot of comments. There's a lot of information that I would like to see if maybe you could reveal it to me. Of course, the first question right out of the bag is, do you think that Texas and Oklahoma is a for sure thing? The only thing lacking just the ink drying on the contract.
I tend
moving
to believe
the
that.
SEC.
Of course, I don't know that, but I tend to believe that based on, I think we've gotten a number of indicators. One would be the 6 months. One would be, there was a report, and when these come down from major sites that don't just run with ridiculous rumors, but they post not necessarily things that are going to come true, because there are a lot of rumors out there that are legitimate, but that doesn't mean everything comes to fruition. But ESPN cited the other day, or within the last day, that this move could come in the next couple of weeks. So they've been talking for 6 months. We understand. So they've already included the lawyers, and they're into the fine print of all this. So I think that it's about 95% sure. And I would think that Greg Sankey has a real beat on how his various member schools are going to vote. And if he believes that it's a tenuous vote, that he certainly has talked to the likes of Texas A&M and Arkansas and Missouri and anybody that he believes could be a shaky vote to make sure that they're all on the same page and there's a consensus.
Do you think that A&M? Do you think they will finally just go ahead and agree to it, or do you think there'll be a lot of resistance there, or how do you feel that'll work out?
I really don't know if Greg Sankey and the SEC minds if it is made public after the vote that it was 12-2 or 13-1, or if they are very conscious of how that looks, that if there's any dissension, so they're going to make sure to say, oh, right, Texas A&M, we know the vote is really 13-1, but for presentation's sake, and because it's going to be leaked, even if we don't announce it, just like we saw with this COVID situation, there were votes across the country concerning conferences, and they would not release it, namely in the Big Ten, but it would leak out that it was 10-4 or whatever it was, that they may want the look of complete solidarity to say, okay, Texas A&M, we understand behind closed doors what you want and what you don't want, but we want this look. We want to display solidarity. So just vote the right way because you've lost anyway. I don't know how important that is to the SEC. But Texas has made it very clear, or Texas A&M has made it very clear, they do not want Texas in the SEC. So we know in principle that they're voting against it, even if they get their arm pulled and twisted to vote in line with everybody else.
Right. Do you think, Mark, that the announcement from Texas and Oklahoma, do you think the timing is connected to the ruling for the players as far as them being able to receive payment? Do you think that that has one to do with the other?
That's a great question. That is a great question because
the timing seems mighty close for something not to be in there, because somebody, I know everything in the world is about money, true enough, but it just seems kind of, I wouldn't call it coincidental, mighty odd that this would be happening all just kind of in tandem, one right behind the other.
Well, let's also understand that information like this gets leaked for different reasons. Sometimes it gets leaked by the people that are in favor of it, if they believe that that's going to help their cause, but sometimes it's also leaked by the opponents of it, if they feel as though it needs to get out there for a certain reason to push back and shut it down. And I don't necessarily know the answer to that question, except that my initial thought was that Texas A&M leaked it to get it out there so that they could shut it down and hopefully fight against it.
If by some chance, and I guess when it actually is sealed and done, do you think that if Texas and Oklahoma, when they come into the SEC, do you feel that will be an automatic move that will throw Alabama and Auburn to the east?
Well, it depends on how they attack the format of the league. I've seen two proposals. One was the pod system. Did you see that on the SEC network? That they would put these pods together of 4 teams, which I think is ridiculous, because I just think it's too much for the average college football fan to take in and try to understand. Not that I'm not questioning people's intelligence, but as I stated earlier in this live stream, I think people that work in certain industries, like I worked in television for 30 years, we tend to think of ourselves to be more important than we are, and think that everybody's lives are revolving around sports television, and everybody's understanding everything that's going on. And people have lives to live. They want things to be simple, to be able to understand the standings and not have to read a bunch of stuff and understand what does this mean, these pod systems. So Hopefully they're not going to go in that direction, but that was certainly served up by the SEC network. And then you also have, I think if they would go to the 8-team divisions, that because of Oklahoma and Texas both coming in from the same direction, yeah, they would have to move Alabama and Auburn, I think, to the SEC Eastern Division would make sense off the top of my head.
Right. So this deal is done, and Texas and Oklahoma have come over to the SEC. So now this is going to put into play. I know they've had it in mind at least for a little while. I was going to ask you a question, but I want to back up and ask you this one instead. Is there any real way to actually fix the playoff? Any real way?
I'm glad you asked that question, sir. I have posted all sorts of videos in what I believe is fixing the playoffs, and I don't think that my solution or anybody's is perfect. In no way would I say that, but first of all, 12 teams doesn't work because byes don't work. So either you believe that, or I may need to convince you that byes don't work. But I think the scheduling has to be fixed first. So the scheduling in conference and out of conference is broken, in my estimation. It's broken in conference.
And I would agree with that.
Yeah, I think the in-conference scheduling is broken. So, for example, let's take out the Oklahoma-Texas situation, and we'll go back to 2 weeks ago and say the SEC has 14 teams. And so, for example, you know that everybody in the SEC Western Division plays everybody, and so that's 5 games, or that's 6 games, and then they play 2 out-of-division opponents, and one of them is scheduled every year as a quote-unquote rivalry game. And some of those make sense, like Alabama, Tennessee, and LSU, Florida, and Auburn, Georgia. The rest of them don't make sense. So the other teams don't play each other for 6 years. So why in the world would, let's say, Texas A&M and South Carolina, I couldn't select 2 teams in the SEC that have less to do with each other, have less attachment than South Carolina and Texas A&M. Why do they play every year? Just because they want everyone to have a crossover opponent. That doesn't make any sense from that standpoint, that if this format in the SEC holds, let's say for the next 60 years, that Texas A&M and South Carolina will have played 60 times, and Texas A&M and Georgia will have only played 10 times. That's crazy.
Right.
So my proposal is that we keep those rivalries that make sense, that have history, the 3 that I just mentioned, but then we build a schedule, and I've done it, in which everyone plays a composite 500 record schedule from the previous season, meaning if you would add up all of Alabama's SEC opponents and all of Florida's and everybody's, they would have a 500 record from the previous season. Because we can't predict the future, but we can at least ensure that everybody has a fair and equitable schedule.
Well, the reason I asked that question to start with, Mark, is because you can read comment boards and opinion letters to the editor in the newspaper and so on and online. And I know there's always a complaint about the SEC, and I get that, and the connection between the SEC and the ESPN and so on it goes. And I understand that. But with the SEC being able to add 2 more teams to bring a total of 16, then you can just about bank every time there is a playoff, there is an SEC team that will be in it. That certainly is not going to remedy that problem by any stretch of the imagination, but simply just make it worse. Now, I'm an Alabama fan, but I can see where some of these others have legitimate complaints. And 2, with the expansion of the SEC, what does this say, and what does this do to these smaller colleges? I mean, the recruiting is going to go south really fast. And this is going to hurt a lot of these children. This is going to hurt a lot of these young men that are looking to play. And now that money is involved in it, I don't see how this is all going to pan out and be good in the long run for the entirety of college football, not just for a select few.
Bingo. So I've said this from the start of all this in the last 3 days, is that, do you like baseball?
Do I like baseball?
Yeah. Are you a baseball fan?
Yes, but it's more of a college thing than professional. But yes, I do like college football.
Here's how Major League Baseball runs. That the New York Yankees have a huge advantage over everybody else in the Los Angeles Dodgers because of where they're located, not because they're smarter than everyone else or they run a baseball team better than everyone else. It's because of where they're located. They make more money off their television networks, off their PR, marketing, everything. They can just make more flat out more money than they can in Kansas City, where they've got 3 million people, and New York City has 20 million people. So Major League Baseball is the parent company of all that. So they do something to make it equitable so that everybody can fairly compete. That they're not propping up the Kansas City Royals or the Pittsburgh Pirates because they're lousy at what they do, but they inherently has a huge disadvantage. Well, the correlation between that and the SEC and the rest of college football now is that the SEC, let's say nothing else happens except for the Big 12 dissolves and a few teams go here and there, but there are no other Oklahomas and Texases to be added to other conferences to bolster them. There's nobody anywhere close to that brand and image and potential. So the SEC is it's already the best conference by a decided margin. Now it's going to become overwhelmingly better than everybody else. And it's not going to be a healthy situation. We need a healthy situation of competition. And without that, I think the sport is going to be drastically hurt by the lack of competition, unless these other conferences go to drastic measures to compete, like merging. And you see all these crazy proposals coming out, like, Ohio State going to the SEC or Clemson going to the Big Ten. Outside of something drastic happening, the SEC is going to dominate the sport. And I don't think that's healthy for competition. Hello, sir. Still with us? Oh, I think he.
Hey, yeah, I'm still here.
Okay.
What I was saying was, I agree with what you're saying, because what it does is it limits the marketplace as far as college football is concerned. And now on top of that, you throw the money into it. And I just don't see how this works out well for some of the smaller colleges. And that makes me feel bad for a lot of these students. They're really, banking on going and playing. And now they're going to be I was talking to somebody the other day, basically what this says is to these high school kids, you've got to be playing on a college level when you hit your senior year in high school. And you've got to be doing something really phenomenal. And I don't think that's good as a roundabout for the students as far as they're concerned. I can see a lot of people making a lot of money here, but I don't think for the overall, I don't think this is going to be good for the kids in high school.
All right, sir. Anything else?
Yeah, just one final question for you, Mark. What do you feel now that the players now will receive their compensation? What do you feel, and I'll hang up and listen to your answer. What do you feel now this will do to college sports as a whole, now that the players are able to be compensated now for their name and so on and so forth? And Mark, I enjoyed talking to you, and I'll be talking to you again soon.
Hey, thank you for the call. I appreciate it. Have a good night. All right. So I've stated from the beginning, I stated all the way going back to Johnny Manziel and when he was reprimanded for apparently earning some money for signing autographs, that it's un-American for us to deprive these athletes from earning money on the side from their name, image, and likeness, that they should be able to earn money for their performance on the field, for their celebrity. They would be the only people in America that cannot earn money for their celebrity. Okay, that's not fair. Okay, so we finally come the way of capitalism, and we have finally moved collegiate athletics and these athletes into capitalism and the American way and freedom like the rest of us. They can earn money. Well, and it's legal and it's fair and it's reputable, but at the same time, there are always pitfalls. And we've talked about the pitfalls. I will agree with Nick Saban. And actually, I made this statement before Nick Saban, not that he heard me make it by any stretch. So I'm not taking credit for it. But I did say this right out of the gate because, of course, I was bombarded with questions. And that's why we're here talking college football, is that my first comment was, I'm not going to pretend. I can make all sorts of speculation about how this is going to play out and what it's going to look like in 3 years or 5 years and make projections and speculate, but I am not in any way saying that I'm smart enough to even foresee some of the pitfalls and some of the issues that could arise. So let's state that right out of the gate. And then Nick Saban made a similar comment at SEC Media Days to say, I will address it a year from now. I will let you know what I truly think of this and how it's playing out a year from now, because right now I don't know. And if Nick Saban doesn't know, I certainly don't know. And I said that first off. That said, of course, I made a number of speculations because that's what I'm asked to do. And that's what I'm put myself in position to do on this channel. So my first thought is that anytime there's money involved, things can go wrong. There can be jealousy, there can be greed, there can be dissension. So let's understand that that will happen. Now, fortunately, because of the class and maturity and integrity of some athletes, we have already seen some major players, De'Ara King in particular at Miami, say that I'm going to share this money with my teammates. My respect and my honor and recognition go out to those athletes that are big enough, mature enough at this age, and selfless enough to understand that they need their teammates to succeed. And football may be the ultimate team sport. So they've said, I am going to respect my teammates and respect their role in helping me succeed and be a star, that I'm going to give back to them. So that's phenomenal. Ryan Day, Ohio State coach, made the comment the other day at Big Ten Media Days that he wants to see a way to share the wealth. I don't think that that should be forced upon the student athletes. If I'm the star quarterback at Texas and I can earn $1 million, then I shouldn't be forced to give up on that. But there should be ways in which that opportunity is given to the athletes. And again, some of them have already taken that step by themselves. So to their credit, they're sharing the wealth, and that's going to help alleviate the stress and the pressure and the jealousy of this. But it's still going to exist. But at the same time, grab any NFL roster and that attaches the incomes of that NFL roster. And there are inequities all over the NFL. It exists in every locker room where you have players just because of circumstances that signed high dollar contracts and didn't live up to them. And then you've got other players that entered the league as 5th round picks and played lights out for their first 2 years and still aren't being compensated at the level of their performance. So you've got inequities all over the NFL. And I'm sure there are conversations and arguments and things that happen that we'll never know of, but it works. They get out there on Sunday and they compete as a team. So I would expect the same, although the maturity level, of course, would be slightly less in college football because these guys are not 25 and 30-year-old Men, they are 17 to 22-year-old young men. The one other aspect of this that I hope it doesn't take place, but I don't see anything getting in the way of it taking place, would be right now a student athlete looks at the football facilities and the relationships he's built and the football prowess of that particular program and the location and the academics, and takes that all into consideration to choose a school. Well, in addition to that, now you've got NIL possibilities, and that particular student athlete, I'm sure, takes into account, okay, Alabama has these opportunities, LSU may have these opportunities, Georgia may have these opportunities, and they are going to weigh that into their decision. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that. But what is going to stop a particular company from going to a 5-star high school football player and saying, we have this deal for you if you choose to go to school X, because our owner, our founder, is an alum and they want you to, this is the choice, this is the deal, but you have to choose to go here. Well, ethically, that's wrong. But I don't see anything, it could be legislated against possibly, but I don't know. It would be difficult to regulate against that and enforce it. And so that's, I don't want to see that. And again, Nick Saban and I apparently agree on this one, that there's going to be stuff that's going to come up that we can't even foresee at this point. All right. Got the comment coming in from Pro Player 2000. Great to see you. Thank you so much for the super chat contribution, sir. I believe, sir. Could be a miss. Dennis Erickson came to Arizona State and retired, standing right there in the sideline year after year. I hope the stadium noise did not disturb him. So this is involving something I'm not understanding of the point here. Again, Dennis Erickson came to Arizona State and retired, standing right there in the sideline year after year. I hope the stadium noise did not disturb him. It certainly disturbed Dan Mullen this year at Texas A&M. That was one of his several excuses this year. All right. We have a lot of people on the line, and I will get to the other phone calls coming in. Thank you so much for calling, everyone. I don't know how long we've been on here, but it's been quite a while. Welcome to the Voice of College Football. Who's on the line?
This is Jason from San Antonio, Texas.
Hey, Jason. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Thanks for calling. What's on your mind?
So, I won't, obviously, what's on everyone else's mind, the conference realignment. Now, I am in, again, as I stated, I'm in San Antonio, Texas, and my heart, I was raised in Wisconsin, so I'm a hardcore Badger fan, and I'm a Big Ten guy. I really don't have a dog in the fight, although when it comes to the Texas schools, I've always been an A&M fan. I could not agree with you anymore on this whole subject. I do not like this realignment at all. I don't like what it's doing to the sport. I'm always been a college football fan. I'm more of a college football fan than I am NFL. And, you know, you're just, you know, it's like money is, I know money drives everything, but it's taking over the sport, and we're forgetting about the history involved in the sport and the rivalries that have been created over the years. And I guess what I'm saying is at the end of the day, college football is not going to be the way we remembered it growing up. It's be a whole nother sport. I mean, it'll be the same sport, but it just won't be what me and you grew up with and other people. You know, my sons are going to grow up to know a totally different college football era.
Yeah. Again, I don't know if you heard my rant. It's been who knows how long ago now. I just kind of try to outline my thoughts about what makes college football special and what ties it to certain areas of the country and why it's a different, not a different sport on the field, but a different feel, a different vibe in the Big Ten than it is in the SEC and in the Pac-12 and all the other conferences, and that's a good thing. I think there's a flavor to that makes it interesting. And when um, Ohio State plays Georgia in a bowl game, that's interesting, that's intriguing, or there's a big non-conference game like Auburn going up to Penn State this year to play in Happy Valley. And when LSU and Wisconsin got together for a couple dates a few years ago, that's interesting. But if they're going to be in the same conference and be a half a country away from each other, but still okay, so if especially if some of these crazy predictions come about and we really start tearing up these conferences and Ohio State's in the SEC, what in the world? It's special when the SEC plays Ohio State. But if Ohio State's going to be playing in the SEC, that it just rips at the fabric of the whole sport and the regionalization of the whole sport.
There was a individual, I believe he touched on it earlier. Maybe he didn't, but I know people have been talking about it, and I want to say I was one of the first, but maybe I wasn't. But all the people that I've talked to have never, thought about that. Is I don't understand why Texas just doesn't. And by no means, again, I am not a Longhorn fan, but they have more financial capabilities than any other program because their pockets are just that deep. Okay. They are. Why don't they just become an independent? Because this move if they go to the SEC and it gets done, the Big 12 is, in my mind, is going to cease to exist, just like the Big East fell apart in the old Southwest Conference. And another point, almost every conference that up until now Texas has been in has failed. It eventually doesn't cease to exist. So, and then if this happens, that's what's going to happen to the Big 12. I miss the old. I was never a Big East fan, but I missed having the old Big East and the old Southwest and the Big Eight. I miss those days, and I know they're never coming back. But like you said, there was culture to it, and there's something special at the end of the year, where we have, especially like I'm for name, image, likeness. I'm all for the transfer portal. I'm all for expanding to a 12-team playoff. But the way that they're going about these conference realignments, I'm not a fan of it. I'm not a fan of it at all. So I don't know. I just thought that, what's your thought about it? I'll get off the line and let some other callers get on. But Texas can pull off being an independent, and they can probably do it better than Notre Dame. Last comment is Notre Dame. I know you had talked about it, and we don't know what the bad blood is between the Big Ten and Notre Dame, but Notre Dame needs to get off their high horse and just join the Big Ten already. They, for a long time, like you said, they played teams from Indiana, Purdue, and every now and then they played the Hoosiers and Michigan State. They just think because we're Notre Dame. That you haven't really been. I mean, you've had a couple playoff appearances, but when's the last time you won a national championship? So, just wanted to leave you with those two thoughts. I love the show. You're doing great work, and I'm going to keep watching. I want to get off the line here and see what you have to say about that. Thank you, and have a great night.
Thank you for that, Jason. Appreciate that. Have a good night.
Thank you.
I don't know that there was anything else I needed to comment to there. I've spoken on Notre Dame many times. I just there are things that should be, but then there are things that are reality. And unless things would change just enormously, Notre Dame is not joining the Big Ten from a football standpoint, and that's all we care about here. And when I need to analyze something like this, I look at the football, I look at the money, I look at the revenue, I look at markets and TV ratings and all those things that I have to rely on some other sources to understand what the academic requirements might be that could affect the decision. But Notre Dame in the Big Ten in football makes total sense. In terms of the other sports, it probably doesn't make total sense, but doesn't not make sense. It's a neutral decision in the other sports, as far as I know. Notre Dame actually back in the day would play a lot of games against Indiana in particular, and Purdue in basketball. But in football, Notre Dame for decades, I don't know the exact years, but it just ended recently within the last 10 or 12 years, played Michigan and Michigan State and Purdue every year. Those just ended around the 2012, 13 in that range when they, of course, signed this contract with the ACC. But Notre Dame playing games every year, playing 5 and 6 games against the ACC, they might as well join the conference. They're only 2 games to 3 games shy of playing a conference schedule. Watching Notre Dame play Wake Forest and Syracuse and Duke and Virginia Tech what are the compelling games in the ACC for Notre Dame? Miami, that would be the one. Clemson, because they're both good, but that would be like saying LSU and Ohio State should play every year because they're good. There's no connection between Notre Dame and the ACC except for Miami from a historical standpoint of that one little slice of time, that window of time in which Jimmy Johnson and Dennis Erickson and those guys against Lou Holtz for those 3 or 4 years, it was compelling as a national rivalry. But outside of that, there's nothing that connects Notre Dame in football to anything in the ACC. Nothing. All right, let's hit the next call here at the Voice of College Football. Who's on the line?
Hi, my name is Dave. How you doing, Mark?
Hey, Dave. What's going on tonight?
Listen, I love your show, and one day you're going to be equated to Larry King or Don Imus or somebody, Joe Rogan maybe, as far as your influence on your particular thing. Just keep it up. That's all I got to say. I love what you do.
Thank you.
I really mean that. I really mean that. All right. I know this is going to piss off a lot of people, but I think there's a simple solution. Well, not a simple. It's never simple because there's so much money on it. But I think if the SEC were smart, they would somehow figure out a way to ditch Missouri and ditch South Carolina and get Miami and Florida State. They would own the entire state of Florida, two teams in Texas. Okay. And then everything, they would have the biggest market hands down. But if the ACC were smarter than the SEC, they would figure out a way to lose Syracuse, like you said, because it's geographic, but somehow entice Florida and UCF to join. They would own the entire. I think it all hinges around the state of Florida when all this stuff comes around. And if you could get multiple teams, Florida State, Miami, and UCF in one conference, or if 3 of them in one conference, it would be insane. It would be insane. I don't know what, I know it's probably not going to happen, but I would love to see it because that way Florida State and Miami would always have to play each other, and throw that in the mix with UCF as they're coming up. I think that would be insanely phenomenal for whatever conference owns 3 or 4 of those teams, if they could pull that off.
Well, the SEC's got the inside track to that. Well, the ACC, from a standpoint of having 2 of the 3, has the inside track. But of course, the SEC, from a prestige standpoint, money standpoint, and anybody in the country basically would want to join the SEC, especially if you're in the footprint, if you're down there. Yeah, that would be in the best interest of the ACC or the SEC pulling that off. But especially if the SEC pulls it off, that's not in the best interest.
That would be a juggernaut.
Yeah, it would just be like, we might as well shut down the sport. I don't know what we're going to do, because it's going to be basically the SEC playing Ohio State and Clemson in the playoff, and that would pretty much wrap up. And those teams might go on decline because they couldn't recruit if the players want to stay in the SEC.
Right. So the only viable option was to make sure have the SEC, or excuse me, the ACC do whatever they got to do, and somehow include Florida and UCF into their conference. I know it would be a big pull to get Florida out of the SEC, but as far as money to the school, I think they could make way more money in the ACC if there was all Florida. And so there's 4 teams in North Carolina and 4 teams in Florida, and they would have everything in between there, which is a whole lot of talent. I mean, you got Georgia, South Carolina, and then, obviously in the rest of the country. Would it be able to compete with the SEC? Probably a little bit better if that was the case. I mean, considering the SEC is adding Texas. I mean, so I don't know. This is all confusing, and I'm 100,000% with you. This is ruining college sports. I think this is way too much change, way too quickly. Let's try something small, see how it works out. But no, they're doing this name, image, and likeness. They're doing transfer portal now, conference realignment. I mean, this is just. I'm not looking forward to college football the next 5 years, because it's all about the money now. And like you said, it wasn't professional. And that was the good thing about it, because anything could happen, and it's not predictable like the NFL. Not that the NFL is completely predictable, but that was the great thing about college football, is because it's so unpredictable, and I think they're ruining it. So,
yeah, I've said this several times, sir, that if you go back to the 1980s, 90s, and you pick up a preseason magazine, Street and Smith's, Athlon's, etc., and looked at anywhere from 1980 to 1995, 2000. Sure, there was a time when Florida State, Miami, Nebraska, you could count on them being in the top 5. But basically, if you look at the Big Ten, there were tons of teams that won the conference during the 1980s. Illinois won the conference. Iowa, of course, Ohio State and Michigan, Michigan State, they all went to the Rose Bowl. There was so much balance in the conference. And then across the country, it wouldn't be uncommon for you to see 7 or 8 different teams in the top 10 from year to year. It was spread out all over the place. UCLA would finish in the top 10. Washington would finish in the top 10. Georgia Tech, Colorado, all sorts of teams would finish in the top 10 to 15 in the country. But now it's been locked down to 3 or 4 teams, 5 teams. And then there's this big gap. Yeah, I would like to see it return to those days, but it's becoming less likely.
Yeah, no, I know. College football is the last caller had it dead on the money. College football, is you and I grew up watching it, it's different. Our kids, this generation of kids, it's going to be a different thing for them. And I hate it for them, because they just won't see it like you and I did. And it's a sad thing. It's sad, at least to me it is. So. Anyways, I'll get off here. I quit wasting your time. I really enjoy your show. Keep it up. I watch as many of the shows as I can whenever I get reception. So please keep doing what you're doing. I really mean that. You have an awesome show. You really do.
I appreciate that, Dave. Thank you so much for the call. I appreciate the kind words. Have a good night.
All right. You too, buddy. Bye-bye.
All right. At some point, this is going to be unfortunate. At some point, I'm going to say, okay, I've been on here for 3.5 hours. I'm going to have to stop, but I appreciate that. I hate to do that to somebody who may possibly be on the line waiting, but we got our guy, Michael, who's a big Purdue fan, of course. Michael, how you doing tonight?
Good. Yourself, Mark? How's your summer going for you?
It's going well. The weather's been great. I've been able to get away a little bit. It's been very nice.
I like this shirt in the background. Is that on your story? You got merch yet, or is that a work in process?
We are working. Our guy David Knight's working on that for us. So we do have the one shirt, and we hope to get more. I don't know if you had tuned in at the point that we displayed. See this fine craftsmanship that they pulled off at tristatewoodsketch.com. I don't know if you can see that on the screen right now, but it's extremely nice what they sent me, and people so this is not available for people to purchase, but I'm just displaying that you can send in your photo and whatever, and select your what you want it displayed on at tristatewoodssketch.com. So anyway.
No. All right, I got a few questions for you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Short and fast, because I know you've been on for 5,000 years. Anyway, question one: have you done the Purdue schedule yet this year?
No, I expected to have. I expected to have all my predictions out very soon, and I started releasing those a few days ago before all this Texas Oklahoma craziness. I did about 5 or 6 prediction videos, sent those out, and then this kind of stonewalled me, and I got to start cranking those out. But I got Purdue's record right in front of me. I'm looking right at it. Okay, but I'm of course not going to release that, but I'm going to release the Purdue video here in the next couple of weeks.
Okay, and I'm sure you'll do that with Sayu. Question 2: with Texas and Oklahoma going with to the SEC, who do you think would be more likely of a fit to join the Big Ten? Iowa State, Oklahoma State, or Iowa State, Kansas? My gut's telling me Iowa State, and Oklahoma State. Or do you think that Iowa would have a fit about them going to the Big Ten?
Well,
I don't think they would, though.
Yeah, the Big Ten has academic requirements that it holds very dear. And I don't necessarily know who meets those requirements and who doesn't off the top of my head. I've had a lot of people provide feedback for me, but I'd have to go back to my list. I believe Kansas. And then if the Big Ten is looking at basketball, not thinking that any of those 3 necessarily give it much of a boost in football, but Kansas, of course, would in basketball. My selections would be, I'm a football guy, would be Oklahoma State and Iowa State.
And I tend to agree with you there because not only for football, but in all the other sports, they're pretty competitive. They're more competitive than Kansas is. Question 3: do you think Kevin Warren's on the hot seat as commissioner of the Big Ten?
I'm sorry, Michael. Can you give that to me one more time?
Do you think Kevin Warren's on the hot seat as the commissioner of the Big Ten?
Well, the thing that Kevin Warren's got going for him is that he inherited a very healthy conference. He inherited the conference that with the SEC is making the most money and has the most eyeballs on the TV screens, and the attendance is better than every other conference along with the SEC. They're pretty much running neck and neck in all the 3 things that I just mentioned that are more important pretty much than anything else. The number of eyeballs on the TV sets, the number of people in the stands, and the amount of money being earned by television revenue and otherwise. So he inherited a great conference. Has he screwed it up? Well, he screwed up the decision last year, but things worked out okay. But is he on the hot seat? Well, if he pulls another stunt like he did last year, he should be on the hot seat. But I don't think he's on the hot seat. But I don't know. I don't know internally how those member institutions feel about Kevin Warren, because they seem to be backing him. And again, I think that this COVID situation last football season highlighted how in tune the SEC is between the academia and the fan bases. There's harmony, and to a lesser degree, but still to a degree in the ACC. And to a caller that called in a few hours ago, whenever it was, pointed out, and I stated it many times at the same time, the Pac-12 in the other direction, where except for some disgruntled pockets of fans, they were on board with not playing and okay with it. There wasn't we saw the big divide was in the Big Ten. Their academia is in one place, and their fan base, being in the Midwest, is somewhere else. The values are completely different. And we saw that infighting occur right before our eyes about playing football last year. And so I don't know. It seemed as though Kevin Warren's initial decision was to adhere to what the academia side of the Big Ten wanted, whereas the pressure from the coaches, the players, and the fans finally, and the other conferences finally pushed through to play football. But there's a big gap in the Big Ten.
Yep, and hopefully, maybe this will be the year that they can get two teams in the college football playoff. I don't see that happening, but who knows? Mark, I know you're going to be mad at me for this, but I got so many videos I have not been able to watch because it's umpire baseball. Please forgive me, and I'm going to be up for the next 2 weeks watching it 24 hours a day.
Michael, hey, I appreciate any time that you give us here. So you know that you've been watching faithfully for a long time, and I know that people have other things to do than to watch my football analysis.
That is true. Hey, we're only, 5 weeks away?
Yeah, we're getting there.
All right. Take care. Talk to you soon, Mark.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Bye. Bye.
All right. I believe we've got Ben coming up here on the Voice of College Football with quite the dissertation here left on the phone. Welcome to the show, Ben.
Hey, Mark. How's it going? Love your show. Kind of joined late tonight, like other people. Got a bunch of other stuff going on, but I guess I just wanted to get your thought because obviously all this rumor of, Texas and Oklahoma, it's rumored, nothing's happened yet, so we don't want to jump to conclusions. But if that were to happen, what would be your thought? Would the Big 12 collapse, or do you think the Pac-12 would collapse because maybe the Big 12 would go out and get Pac-12 teams?
Okay. If we didn't have to deal with as much as, there's a lot of heavy lifting involved to move institutions from conference to conference. We're talking about legal matters and all sorts of contracts and money.
Oh yeah.
Just stacks of it. So the Pac-12
it's years in the process. It's not like tomorrow.
Yeah. So my point in that is that the Big 12 is hanging in the balance. They're not going to be able to rip Pac-12. Why would Pac-12 schools leave the Pac-12 to go to the Big 12? Big 12 has lost all its power.
Well,
they've lost the two schools that are leaving the Big 12 are actually more important. I hate to say this to some that are fans of the other 8. Those two schools mean more to the Big 12 than the other 8 put together. And they've lost that. So they're hanging by a string. So why would Pac-12 teams, schools leave the Pac-12 to go to the Big 12? So that's not going to happen.
Like your other caller said, the Big 10 and Pac-12 would then maybe scavenge some of the remaining Big
absolutely
Big 12 teams.
Yep.
Could help create those super conferences, as you said, or as to say. It's an interesting point, though. I do agree with your callers, though. There's realignment coming, and it's going to be confusing. It's not a simple thing. It's like you said, legal matters all over the place, and it's not a slow process. It's not a quick process. It's a slow process. It's going to take years, but as the contracts come up, especially with TV, it's going to be increasingly interesting for certain teams to jump ship, so to say, to what's more lucrative, obviously.
Absolutely. So the only hope for the Big 12, in my estimation, is so we know that schools, their best schools, all their schools to some degree, but certainly their best football playing schools are being contacted by these other conferences. So for the Big 12 to have any puncher's chance, hope of maintaining a conference, and it's not going to be a strong conference. It's going to be an American Conference level conference. It's going to be a group of 5 type conference, would be to lure in, take your pick, Houston, SMU, Memphis, Cincinnati, which I don't think they'll leave, but Boise State, whomever, a couple of those schools before they lose Iowa State, Oklahoma State, or anybody else. So they're going to have to add before they subtract, because if they subtract first, if they get cut to 6 or 5, then everybody's going to see the sinking ship and nobody's going to join them.
Well, and I joined late in the show, so I would say that if that were true, say Texas and Oklahoma actually did join the SEC despite Texas A&M's apparent hatred of that, mostly for Texas, obviously, allegedly. What conferences should pick up what teams? Because I know we were just talking Big Ten, picking up like maybe Iowa State, obviously one of the more powerful teams. Should the Pac-12 pick up them, or would the Pac-12 be better off like we years past was picking up Boise State, for instance?
My understanding about Boise State is that because of the Pac-12 academic requirements, they will not add Boise State.
Yeah, that does add a complication. You were just talking the ACC and or the Big Ten, especially with their academics. And yeah, I couldn't pinpoint that off the top of my head either, because I know each conference has their own requirements. That's why I say it's a slow process, and but it's going to be interesting to see what happens. It's going to be confusing maybe for the first couple of years once it does happen with the realignment, once new contracts come out, but we'll just have to see where it goes, and hopefully it all works out equally for everyone. So, hey, Mark, enjoy your show. Have a great night and continue on. And yeah, I love that merchandise.
Appreciate that so much, man. Have a good one.
All right. And thanks. Have a good one.
You too. So basically what I'm saying, everyone, when I hold this up is not to buy one of these. I'm not expecting you to buy one of these. It's that this is what they make there at TriStateWoodsketch.com. Not that you're going to buy this. You're going to send them your photo of whatever you want. Your dog, your cat, your loved one, whatever. Your North Carolina State logo, whatever you want. No, I'm not in any way pushing this per se, but this is just to show you the fine work that they do. And they were kind enough to send this to me without me even knowing about it, that they were putting this together. So that's very nice of them. TriStateWoodsketch.com. You get buy one, get one free if you mention that you heard it here. All right. My goodness. We appreciate all the attention tonight. Thank you so much for the calls, everyone. What do we got here? Welcome to the Voice of College Football. Who's on the line?
Hey, Mark, 2080 D28.
There he is. How you doing? Oh, boy. This will be interesting to hear your take on this.
Well, I'm excited about the whole SEC thing, but I'm actually more excited about this. I just want this season to happen. I'm just ready for 21, 22 or 23, whatever's going to happen is going to happen. But I'm ready for football this year. I got 5 Saturdays until we can kick this thing off, and that's what I'm ready for.
Amen to that. I want to see some football. We talk a lot, but it'll be nice to be able to talk after the games and actually talk about what we just watched and not talk about this mess and NIL and games from 3 years ago.
Amen. Yeah, Mark, it's interesting, man. I've heard a lot of talk about, how this is ruining college football and the loss of our culture in college football and the flavor of the. And I agree with all that. We have lost all that, but I think we lost that a long time ago, though. It's interesting because when we talk about national recruiting power, you forfeit culture when you do that. Because you're not recruiting Chris Spielman to go to Ohio State anymore. He's a dyed-in-the-wool, born and bred Buckeye from the time he was in a diaper. And he's been watching Ohio State since he was 2. And his parents watched Ohio State and the grandparents watched. You're not recruiting that kid anymore. Like Hellwagon said the other day on the Buckeye show, you're down in Texas getting those kids. They don't care about Ohio State only so much as they can get them to the NFL. I'm going to you so you can develop me, because your track record says you can develop me and get me in the pros. But they don't know anything about Ohio State's history, right? Those kids don't really care about that. Chris Spielman's family does. So we forfeit our culture when we forfeit that texture and that difference in being a Buckeye or being a Sooner or being a Trojan or whatever. We forfeit that when we recruit nationally. What do you think? Do you think that's true or?
Well, I don't think there's any question. I've never seen any numbers on this, and I don't think anyone would take the time, it would be exhaustive to try to analyze where players have come from versus where they have chosen to go to school. But I don't think it's reasonable to think that it's a more national scope than it was 25 or 30 years ago. That Ohio State has less Ohio players on its roster, for example, than it did 25 or 30 years ago. And that holds true across the board, I would think, by and large. I don't have any numbers to prove that, but I think that has to do with a lot of things. These budgets have gone through the roof, and so there's national recruiting. They're getting on airplanes, these coaches all over the place to go wherever they need to go to look at football players. That's also happened because the world is smaller because of social media. You know, it's not Ohio State's not a million miles away, or Auburn or whomever we're talking about is not a million miles away. It's still the same distance. We still have the same dirt outside, but these kids get on their phone and that's all they know. That's their world. So probably to somebody sitting in the middle of Florida, you know, to go to Alabama versus to go to Oklahoma or Ohio State doesn't necessarily seem like a big deal to them. It seems like it's pretty much the same. They got to hop on a plane.
Right. Yeah, I remember watching, we could go back to when Herschel Walker was getting recruited at Georgia. I'm sure Joe Paterno probably sent him a letter and said, come to Penn State now when you do Heisman, just like everybody else did. Mm-hmm. But he was going to stay in the South. He wasn't coming up here to play football. He was going to be stay in the South. He's a Southern kid. He's going to stay in the South. And kids stayed where basically you played in your footprint. Texas, of course, had all kinds of players, huge state, tons of talent all over the place. And Oklahoma, we didn't have that. We didn't have those numbers at all. But we were their rival partially because any kid that Texas didn't take, Texas picked that kid off. And Barry Switzer walked in and said, we'll come to Oklahoma, and then I'll beat Texas with Texas kids. Boom, you get instant rivalry. Hard feelings, instant rivalry. You got that, there's that rub that's right there. So when we could fill our roster with Texas kids, but they were at least in our region. We weren't recruiting kids from Maryland and New York City and places like that necessarily. I mean, you would get one or two, but you weren't getting them in scores and in droves. And the main players on your team were players basically from your region. But yeah, I do miss our culture in college football. I do miss that flavor, the different flavor between the SEC and the Pac-12 and the Big Ten. It was different. It was a lot different. I think it was much better. But I think it seems like we're losing a lot of that now.
Yes, we have lost some, and we're going to lose some more. And I don't necessarily think that Oklahoma and Texas moving to the SEC diminishes the culture that much in and of itself. If we could reproduce Texas and Oklahoma and give two of them to the ACC and two other ones to the Big Ten, and I think it's more the ramifications and the dominoes that are going to fall because of that are going to tear the sport up.
Yes. And you know what, Mark, I think it's kind of inevitable that this is going to happen because somebody was going to do it. Somebody was going to do it. I mean, even last year when we had, when the Big Ten supposedly wasn't going to play, and there was a lot of rumblings that Ohio State would jump in the conference for a year. And Notre Dame's jumped in the conference for a year. I wonder if someday we get to the point where people are just rotating conferences every year. Someone made the comment the other day that Oklahoma and Texas just jumped in the transfer portal. Is that what we're going to see 25, 30 years from now where, this year we're playing in the Big Ten, but then next year we're going to jump in the ACC for a year, and then we signed a 2-year contract to play in the Mountain West. And
well, listen to this.
It seems like
Sue here in the chat is reporting this from Buckeye Scoop, which is a reputable place, and we've got Tony Gerdeman on here every week from Buckeye Scoop. They're reporting this is.
Yeah.
Did you see this comment in the chat?
I did not.
They're reporting talks between the Big Ten and USC.
You know what, Mark? That's not surprising at all. That's not surprising at all. I was thinking about that earlier today. or actually when during the show when you were talking about the different teams that they might reach out to. Of course, USC is not in the footprint at all. But like you just got finished saying, what's the footprint anymore?
Yeah. So what's funny is because the Big Ten and the Pac-12 have been partners. Of course, the Rose Bowl, everybody thinks Rose Bowl, but it's gone beyond that. And they kind of see themselves as sister conferences, for lack of a better term. So there's been some synergy between those two in a relationship. And so some people have conjectured, like a number of my callers, and it doesn't make sense necessarily, but it's logical to think that they would try to counter the SEC in some cooperative way. But that report says the Big Ten's going to be like, screw you, Pac-12. We're gonna rip your biggest brand from you because we need to counter the SEC by ourselves.
See, you know what, Mark? Now that puts me in a different state of mind there too. What you just said, we need to counter this. We're going to rip your biggest brand because we need to counter. Why do we need to counter? I mean, if we really have these two things, and I think it goes back to, again, how we've lost our way in college football. So we promote things like the two power brokers in college football. Should that really matter to fans, though? I mean, fans don't walk around with hats and t-shirts and say, my conference made more money than your conference. Nobody cares about that. We're about championships. Take the championship trophy, not the ledger sheet. We don't care about that kind of stuff. So why do they need to counter? Why do they need to now we're bigger than you? Why are we just versus Peter Pan in this thing? You know what I mean? Where is the game at in all this? This just seems like it's like a pissing contest between two millionaires or two billionaires. Oh, you bought a yacht, then I need to go get a yacht now. You got a blue one, I need to go get a purple one with the green star on. What are we doing?
Well, you're right.
You know?
So this entire weekend, since this started to blow up, I've thought, okay, I got to produce videos because I got to figure out, kind of give my recommendation on what should happen. Then I can also conjecture, okay, what will happen? And I'm thinking more in line with something pretty not traditional, because this is not traditional, but, logical, like Iowa State's going to the Big Ten. But now it just seems like might as well throw out the craziest ideas in the world, because this is what actually is going on. I've been thinking conventionally about it. I think we all have, but now it's just like, is the Big Ten going to grab Clemson and USC, and there's their 16? They're just going to go for the two biggest powers they can find, and it doesn't matter where anybody's located. And I don't even know, with that kind of approach, and somebody mentioned it here in the chat, and it makes total sense. We're not talking about just football here. So unless the Big Ten's going to say we don't care about the other sports, so we're just going to continue our Big Ten conference and all the other sports, well, we just want to grab these two for football, and they work out some kind of deal just in football. Otherwise, we're talking about, I know nobody cares about this because we're just football fans, but lacrosse and soccer players and women's softball, they're going to be traveling from USC to Rutgers in New York City for games. This is going to be like,
right.
And again, we're not talking about once a year for a football game. We're talking about playing baseball series and softball series, and we're talking about dozens of times a year. These athletes are going to have to travel all over the country. If it's a full-blown, you're joining the Big Ten. Otherwise, we're just ripping you out for football and going to take you for football. Play all your non-revenue sports in the Pac-12. We don't care. And that might be the deal that they're proposing. Wow.
Yep. And then you'll probably get that in other schools and other sports doing the same thing. They'll be, next thing you know, Ohio State will recruit Alabama just to play football in the Big Ten, and then you can play your other sports in the SEC. I mean, it probably would never happen because everybody's locked in their space with big brands. But
sure,
that's what we'll be looking at. That's what we'll be looking at. Yeah, it's I would say it's interesting, but it's not even really interesting. It's actually kind of disappointing. Yeah, because I'm old, man. I'm an old guy now, Mark, and so I'm used to what I'm used to. I like holding a newspaper in my hand.
Well, yeah, and I don't. Most of these conferences, when they So there is something called institutionals that run during college sports programming. And I'm well aware of this because I worked in a TV network for 19 years. And we would have to, we actually had to protect those institutional spots above the biggest cash spots in that particular game, because there was a contract between the conference and the network that they had to run. And it's where you see the Oklahoma ad that come to Oklahoma, and then you see the corresponding Big 12 conference promo that has to run. And much of that is tied to kind of, again, branding the Big 12 as a certain, group of schools that have commonalities and a way of life. And USC and the Big Ten, like, what in the world? Like, I just, like, again, we might as well just label these conferences Conference 1, Conference 2, Conference 3, Conference 4.
Oh my gosh. Well, and you know what? I would say that would, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, that would never happen. But now it's like, oh, well, check your Twitter feed, because it's who knows what's going to pop up.
Yeah.
Who knows what's going to pop up? Name, image, and likeness, and guys with big brands and autograph deals, and Saban's quarterbacks made $1 million before he takes a snap. And just wow. Where does it stop? And who knows where it stops?
I thought it
ever does.
I thought it was funny, by the way, watching Lane Kiffin's SEC Media Days news conference, because once there was a comment made about Bryce Young and the $1 million. Almost every question after that, he kind of stopped and looked up in the air, and he kind of went, "Wait a minute, I'm still trying to get over this. Bryce Young made $1 million in like 3 weeks. Like, are you kidding me?" And it was like 20 minutes later, and he was actually telling reporters, "I'm sorry, can you repeat your question? Because I'm still trying to get over this." Like, he's like, what is he, 19 years old?
And he hasn't even necessarily done anything yet.
And he was like, good. Oh, and he would point that out every time he would mention he hasn't even really played a game. He hasn't started a game, really played a meaningful snap. And he's like, good for him, but wow.
Yeah, sure.
It's not his fault.
Success. Yeah, make all you can,
Yeah.
Make all you can. God bless him. But man, yeah, it's just amazing. It's just amazing how much our game is changing and so quick. This wasn't even a thought. Maybe if someone would have told you at the end of the national championship game, hell, even this year, that Oklahoma and Texas will be in the SEC, and Alabama's freshman and Bryce Young, their new starter, will make $1 million next year before August 1st.
Well, I got to say, I hate when people ask me certain questions that are outside of the football realm, because as soon as this story broke, I don't know how many people texted me, and people, not just like friends, but like people that kind of know what's going on and are in the business to some degree, and they're asking for my opinion. Do you think this is true? Do you think this is going to happen? And I'm like, my initial response was, ever since the last big blow up with Texas A&M and Nebraska and Mizzou and the rest of them 10 years ago, roughly, there's been a handful of times that I've heard some kind of rumor like, oh, Texas is talking about going to the SEC, or this might happen, and it didn't happen. So my initial response was, it's probably not going to happen. It's probably just another Texas and Oklahoma are going to the SEC kind of thing.
Right. Yeah. When I first heard the news, Mark, my first initial reaction was, the first thing I thought of was Joe Castiglione, our athletic director, and how upset he was when Fox wouldn't move the Nebraska game to a night game.
Yeah.
And I knew that Oklahoma is not happy with the Big 12 right now. And then Bowlesby the next day, or not the next day, but at Big 12 Media Days, basically told Oklahoma, yeah, I know Castiglione was upset about that. We talked about it, but we have a contract signed, and we all signed it, so we're gonna go with that. And I knew that went over like a brick in the bathtub. So I said, yeah. When I heard that news, I'm like, this might be real. This time it might be real. They might be jump, and then Texas on board with it. Like if it was just us going by ourselves, and I'd say, well, we'll see. But then when Texas is supposedly on board with it as well, then it really gets kind of loud. I feel bad for the other Big 12 teams because they've been loyal patrons. They've stuck with us all this time, and they've been good to the Big 12.
Exactly.
I like our conference.
Yeah, I feel bad for the people involved at those other schools and universities and what it does to them, because for us it's just it's about football, and it hurts that, okay, well, we want to see traditions stay, but for some people it's more, it affects and impacts their careers and their lives and all of that.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I feel bad for the Kansas States and the TCUs and guys like that, man, because they've been. I've enjoyed those teams a lot. I like those teams. I follow them all, and I like them a lot. And I hate to see them get thrown to the wolves like that. And now they're sort of left out in the cold and trying to figure out what they're going to do next. I hate doing that to them.
Yeah, because some people that haven't been through this as college football fans have commented, whether it be in the comment section or have called up, and they just assume that they're all going to find a place. Well, not necessarily. There was a day when Houston was a major conference team in the Southwest Conference, and SMU was a major conference team, and we could go around the country and find a few other ones. It doesn't necessarily happen that way.
Mm-hmm. Nope, it sure doesn't. It sure doesn't. Yeah, BYU was in a conference. Lots of teams were in conferences that either aren't in a conference anymore or in sort of a smaller realm now. Yeah, that's kind of sad. That part of it I don't like at all. At all. I hope they all land someplace though and do well for themselves.
Absolutely, man. Well, thank you so much for the call. I appreciate it.
Hey, no problem, Mark. Have a good one. We'll chat soon.
Yeah. Call back,
Bye-bye.
please. We'll see you. Bye-bye. All right. So we've got at least 2 callers on the line. I definitely want to honor these calls because I'm sure you've been waiting for a while, but I think at this point, we're over 4 hours at this point. So I'll take these 2 calls. Please, nobody else call for as much as I want you to normally. Welcome to the Voice of College Football. Who's on the line?
Steve.
Hello? Unfortunately, we've got a bad connection. Let's see if it clears up. Who is this? Uh-oh. Well, I can't.
Hello.
Yeah, that was better.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I believe we got you now.
Okay, this is Steve. Just a question. With ESPN's ratings going to the tank and them being pretty much the SEC network, do you think there's like a cash grab to get just more people watching the network? With Texas and Oklahoma, so you're going to have guaranteed SEC a certain number in the college football playoffs once they get to 12. So with them losing so much money lately, it's like almost like a cash grab.
Okay, well, I'm having difficulty making any of that out. I don't know if somebody can give me some feedback in the chat in terms of what that question was. It had something to do with ESPN and the SEC network, and
yeah, just how they're hemorrhaging money. So you think they're making that grab to just get more people, like to guarantee more teams in the playoffs in the SEC, so they have more people watching their games?
Oh, yeah. So, well, the SEC certainly doesn't need any help, but it's going to get it. That's for sure. So, yeah, it would only make sense that most likely there are going to be more SEC teams. There can only be 2 more at most every year, but
yeah, but when they go to 12.
Well, no. I'm saying there can only be 2 more in the playoff. If you add 2 teams to the conference, even if both of them make the playoff, there can only be 2 more per season, but that's considerable. So you're asking whether ESPN had anything to do with this move?
That makes me wonder because Fox is the other big dog in the Big Ten.
Well, yeah, this benefits ESPN considerably. I'm sorry to cut you off. It's just difficult to hear you. So ESPN has a huge stake in this. Yes, especially since their relationship with the SEC is only expanding in the next couple of years once the CBS contract runs out in 2023. So ESPN's coverage of the SEC is even, they're getting the top games where, as you well know, CBS since the early to mid 90s has gotten the number one selection, and on doubleheader weeks is able to actually get the two top selections. Now they're out of the way, and ESPN has the best SEC games. They've got all of them. Pretty much. Well, they do have all of them between ABC on the ESPN networks and the SEC network, which are all under the Disney and ESPN umbrella. So, yeah, they've got a very much vested interest in all this. They pick up 2 of the top 10 programs in the country to add to it and take them away from their competitor.
You can hear me.
Yeah, I think I got you pretty well now.
One last question is, with TJ Stroud going to be, kind of not penciled in yet, but do you think that we'll go towards more of a running offense at the quarterback this year? And I was watching his game film from high school, and he doesn't throw a lot of long bombs. He's just kind of like an intermediate passer. I think the first I seen him throw was like 40 yards. I just wanted your take on that, and then I'll take that offline.
Well, when Justin Fields was healthy, that was certainly part of the offense and was a substantial part of the offense with Justin Fields. So CJ Stroud, unless I'm missing something, and again, I really want to see him have to throw and run the offense when the bullets are firing, not just a spring game. So I don't have a strong opinion on CJ Stroud other than if he is currently beating out 2 4 and 5 stars for the starting job at Ohio State, he must be really good. And I saw him run for 50 yards for a touchdown against Michigan State, but Michigan State doesn't have the best defense these days. And it was in such a play that he didn't show any fabulous running ability. But again, he's holding off the other 2 at this point for the starting job with one of the most prolific offenses in the country. So I got to think that he's got real skills. It's my understanding McCord's got the best arm.
Yes. Like when you watch his film, that kid can throw a ball.
Yeah.
He's got a cannon on him, but who knows who can pick up the offense. I mean, like you said, all 3 of them have skill, But I'm just last thing, and I'm going to go. I got to get in here, but the game's changed so much. I mean, hell, there's never going to be another Jack Tatum or Ronnie Vaught. You're never going to see another Mike Allstott. These guys that were grinders that would just put their body on the line and didn't give a crap. And now it's like, with the more and more money that comes into it, these kids are now investments in college now.
Sir, I don't think anybody's really understanding anything you're saying, unfortunately. So I just don't want to waste your time. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. The only thing I got out of all that is something about putting your body on the line and Mike Allstott, which we all miss Mike Allstott. I watched a Tampa Bay Buccaneers documentary concerning their 2002 Super Bowl championship team. If there's anything I know more than college football, it might be the NFL and at one point Major League Baseball and Elvis Presley. Those would be the 3 things. Probably some spiritual things would be better if I knew those better than I do. Anyway, I think we've got one other call, and we will take that. Coming in from Jeremiah. Welcome to the Voice of College Football. Who's on the line?
This is Jeremiah. I can't talk about the Texas, Oklahoma move to the SEC, and people saying, well, Oklahoma can't compete at that level. I mean, I think most schools, maybe other than Alabama or LSU, those are really the only real hard competition for Oklahoma. And if they move the East-West, they're only facing LSU as probably their toughest competition. And Texas, I think right now they've had problems in the past, right after the Colt McCoy days, with Case McCoy and a lot of alumni getting too involved. And I think now they've stepped back and are honoring the football aspect and trying to get that started again.
I'm sorry, it was kind of difficult to hear much of that. What did you need? You were basically commenting on Oklahoma's ability to compete in the SEC?
Yeah, people say that they can't compete with, the rest of the SEC. They're going to fall behind. They don't have the recruiting classes. I think their recruiting classes have been kind of underrated since they aren't as big of a school as Texas or Alabama or Georgia or LSU of late. They've been competing in the college football playoff.
Well, my thought, I basically posted a video that gave my thoughts on Oklahoma competing in the SEC, and I looked over the past, specifically the last 10 years, and then even cited the record going back to 2000. But if you look at the last 10 years, knowing that Oklahoma is in a better position right now than they have been in, you could argue that Oklahoma football's in a better place right now than it and I know they won a national championship in 2000, but that was somewhat isolated. It's not like they followed up with that. They stayed in the national championship race after that, I know, of course, and went back in 2003. But you could argue that they're in as good a shape as they've been in since the mid 80s under Barry Switzer. So, they've not been able to generally compete against the best team in the SEC. They got blown out by LSU. They got blown out by Alabama. They did take Georgia to the wire in the Rose Bowl, of course, in 2017. They beat. I went through I try to put context to the results against the SEC, and I think Oklahoma is in a great place. I think that they will run into a schedule that's going to be substantially more difficult than what they had to play in the Big 12. Now, how much have they upgraded the defense? Is that defense going to be able to play? And I think it's more about the grind in the SEC. When you're going to line up Oklahoma versus opponents in the SEC, almost all of them, you're going to say, as it stands right now, like if Oklahoma could magically play in the SEC this year and you gave them a typical schedule, first of all, people need to understand they're not going to be playing all the best teams in the SEC. They're going to play an SEC schedule just like everybody else. So they're going to miss some of the best teams in the SEC. They're not going to have to play all of them. At the same time, if you match them up against the best teams in the SEC, they come out favorably against almost all of them, but it's more about the grind. When you have to play Auburn, followed by LSU, followed by Texas A&M, followed by Mississippi State, followed by Ole Miss, I think it's the grind that's going to pin them with an extra loss or two each season, most seasons.
Yeah, I agree with that being a really high possibility. But I mean, I think once they get that SEC recruiting level, I think they can stick with the biggest schools.
Well, they are now.
Another thing I want to talk about is Texas and people saying, well, they can't compete. Well, I think right now they're not going to really be the biggest competition, but they're a huge name, and being in the SEC, they're going to have more of a recruiting draw. And I think of the past decade, people say they haven't been very good, which is true. But about half that, you had that case McCoy with the Colt McCoy thing. I think at that point it became a little like alumni based. They were getting with their hands too much in the business of football. I think now they've stepped back and they're trying to fix what they messed up in the early days, in the early 2000s, with Vince Young and Matt Brown.
All right, sir. Anything else?
No, that's it.
I appreciate it. Have a good night. Thanks for the call.
You too.
All right, everyone. Appreciate you being here. We are here talking college football with all of you each and every day. For many of you who say that you just found us, welcome to the Voice of College Football again. Best discussion, debate, and analysis. I don't promise that. That's the aim. That's the goal. That's the mission. That's not necessarily an arrogant statement. That's what we aim to provide. Best discussion, debate, and analysis here on college football, the game we all love, whatever form it is, however it looks, 20 teams in the SEC, whatever it looks like, it's the game we all love. And once they hit the field in September, maybe some of this can rest a little bit and we can just focus on watching some football and enjoying ourselves. Again, tristatesketch.com is the place to be for some of these beautiful And again, you're not purchasing this, so don't be deterred by that. That's just an example of what you can purchase there. Your dog, your cat, your loved one, whatever you want sketched. I was blown away by their work. It's phenomenal. Also, join me at voiceofcollegefootball.com. You can write for us. Check out the store. Go to the top of the screen where it says store, voiceofcollegefootball.com. Load up on apparel, whatever you want, tailgating items, that sort of thing. Just check it out, see if you like it. And there's a lot of other things we could let you know. Amazon. If you shop on Amazon, please use the link in the description section of any of the videos. If you shop Amazon, first thing in the morning, we are releasing a video about how Texas will fare in the SEC. Oh, shoot. That means I actually got to cut the video. Well, it's going to be released at some point tomorrow. Texas versus the SEC. That video is coming out tomorrow. We did one today with Oklahoma against the SEC. And we're in the midst of our predictions, which got derailed by this news a few days ago because we've been so focused on Oklahoma and Texas. I also released a couple videos just prior to coming on here because Florida State just got 3 commitments for this 22 class, and Alabama received one from one Sean Murphy, the 8th rated linebacker in the country. Appreciate everybody being here. We're going to have merch available for you soon. We're working on that. And again, welcome into the Voice of College Football. We'll be live at some point tomorrow. Please hit the bell for the notifications once you subscribe. That way you know when we're going live. And our next scheduled live stream is the Nebraska live stream on the Nebraska channel. So make your way over to the Nebraska channel for our live show on Tuesday night at 8 Eastern, right here at the Voice of College Football, with live streams on Ohio State, Florida State, Miami, Oklahoma, and Nebraska every week, in addition to our call-in shows right here at the Voice of College Football. Thank you so much for your support. I appreciate you guys more than you know. I just sit here and talk. So I've been doing the same thing for 5, 6, 8 years, whatever it's been. It's been longer than that. I've done the same thing. The way this has launched and rolled and become a bit of a movement here is because of you. You guys have made this happen, not me. So thank you so much for all that you do in providing the great support and conversation that we have here in the chat. Please like the video, share these videos out on social media. Let people know that we are here every day talking college football. Thank you very much, and we will see you soon.